Eddard Stark of Winterfell had always been a man of duty and honor. He was the sort to lean into an oncoming storm rather than shy away from it, the kind of man who believed in truth even when it cut his own flesh. And so, when the fateful day arrived that he discovered the legitimacy, rather the illegitimacy, of King Joffrey Baratheon, he stood at a crossroads that would shape the destiny of the Seven Kingdoms. Normally, the Ned Stark the world knew would pass the secret along to the rightful heir or remain steadfast to Robert Baratheon's memory by naming Stannis or even Renly if he believed him the better candidate. Yet in this twist of fate, the Stark measure of duty had changed. The capital was in disarray. Cersei Lannister's cunning forces threatened not only Ned's life but also his daughters, and the realm itself trembled under the weight of falsehood. In that bleak moment, with the world collapsing around him, Ned Stark did the unthinkable. He laid claim to the Iron Throne himself. It happened in the throne room, that glittering cage so often used to prop up tyrants, fools, and the rarest ruler. The screams of gold-cloaked guards and the anxious shuffle of courtiers shaped the background chaos of that day. Ned, sword unsheathed, advanced upon the dais where Joffrey and Cersei glowered like cornered lions. He recalled the promise made to Robert: protect the realm from those who would rend it apart. Now the greatest threat stood within the Red Keep itself. The Boy King wore a crown that was not his by right of blood but by right of deceit. The Queen Regent's eyes blazed with emerald fury, and the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, stood at the ready. Ned's men, loyal souls from the north, pressed forward. The gold cloaks, once swayed by Littlefinger's coin, wavered when the bright line between truth and falsehood was laid bare. Littlefinger himself hovered near a pillar, that sly grin twisting at the corners of his mouth as though he were the only spectator to some grandmummer's farce. In the silent hush that formed the eye of this gathering storm, Ned Stark spoke aloud, the royal lineage, reading from a piece of parchment bearing the dead king's seal, and revealed to all the chilling truth. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were no Baratheons, but children of incest between Cersei and Jaime. Chaos erupted. Some shouted that Ned Stark was the traitor, others demanded his side be heard. Some recalled old laws dictating only someone of Baratheon blood had a rightful claim. But the next instant sealed the fate of the kingdom. Cersei lunged to snatch the parchment from Ned's hands. Jaime advanced, sword raised, gold armor catching the torchlight, and Ned's watchers closed ranks around their lord. Steel clashed, sparks flared, and a swirl of screams filled the throne room. In a move born of fatherly desperation, Ned parried Jaime's blow. The strength of Ned's anguish, fueled by the danger to his daughters, allowed him to knock Jaime off balance. The Kingslayer crashed backward, rolling down the steps, and the gold cloaks began to shout, uncertain whether to aid the Lannisters or hold their ground. Atop the dais, the Boy King, face flushed and frantic, shrieked for Ned Stark's death. Guards hesitated. Above all the noise, Sansa Stark's cry cut through. Her terrified plea for mercy echoed through the hall, reaching Ned's ears. His battered sense of honor would not allow him to sacrifice his daughters, nor watch them become pawns in the cruel games of the Lannisters. The hall spun with dust, shouts, and the glint of weapons. In that moment, Eddard Stark realized the realm was on a dangerous path, and if he did not seize control, King's Landing and perhaps all of Westeros would be torn apart under a web of lies. So he took the boldest course. Proclaiming aloud that for the sake of justice, safety, and the memory of King Robert, he would stand as protector and rightful ruler until a lawful settlement of the throne could be made, he signaled his men to secure the Red Keep. A stunned hush gripped the throne room. Then, in the swirl of confusion, some knights bent the knee. Men who had revered Robert Baratheon and harbored resentments toward the Lannisters saw in Ned Stark a beacon of integrity. Others, too weary of the cunning manipulations at court, craved leadership from a man of unyielding principles. The call went around. Eddard Stark had claimed the Iron Throne. At once, Cersei fled the chamber, Joffrey in tow, flanked by Lannister guards. Jaime, recovering from his fall, glared with hatred but retreated, blood seeping from a cut on his temple. Littlefinger slipped away, perhaps to conspire or vanish. Varys watched from a far corner, expression unreadable. All across King's Landing, word spread. The hand of the king had turned claimant himself, naming Joffrey a bastard and the Lannisters traitors. Only after the dust settled did Ned realize what he had done. He remained in the near-deserted throne room, gazing at the Iron Throne, an ugly, twisted sculpture of blades for which so much blood had been spilled in the past. His sword felt heavy in his hand. He glanced down at Sansa and Arya, who ran to him, their eyes red with tears. He knelt and gathered them in a fierce embrace. He had done this for them, at least in part. But he had also done it for the good of the realm, he told himself, because truth mattered and the Lannisters had proven themselves too dangerous to leave in control. That night, in the solitude of the Hand's Tower, he gathered his closest allies, Ser Barristan Selmy, always the living image of chivalry, Yoren of the Night's Watch, present on a recruiting visit, and a smattering of nobles and officers who had declared for him. Varys arrived as well, moving with cat-like grace, offering guarded support. Ned leaned over the table where maps of Westeros lay spread. The conversation turned quickly to the ramifications of his claim. By law, Stannis was Robert's rightful heir. Some insisted Ned must cede the throne to Stannis. Others said Stannis had no support and would ignite a war. Renly Baratheon remained an unknown factor, younger and more popular among certain lords. The Lannisters, enraged and cornered, would rally their armies at Casterly Rock. The City Watch was still uncertain, and in the midst of it all, Sansa and Arya remained vulnerable, pawns in a game that could turn deadly at the flick of a dagger. Yet Ned refused to relinquish. He could not. If he backed down, he would be executed or forced to yield to those who had threatened his life and the lives of his daughters. The next morning, he announced to the city that he was regent and protector, proclaiming Joffrey's birth a fraud. The great hall filled with the fearful, the curious, and the outraged. Nobles from every corner of King's Landing tried to decide where to cast their allegiance. Renly Baratheon stood among the throng, arms crossed, lips pressed in a tense line, watching with a calculating gaze. Ned's speech was direct. He had proof Joffrey was no true king, the realm needed stability, and he would yield the seat once a proper heir, untainted by lies, could be recognized. He swore to treat with Stannis if Stannis would allow. Skepticism rippled through the hall, but the mention of the Lannisters' wrongdoing resonated with many. A wave of uncertain support, or, at least, a grudging acceptance echoed around the city. Meanwhile, the Lannisters vanished into the labyrinth of their alliances. News arrived that Tywin Lannister was marching east with a formidable army. Cersei had taken Joffrey and departed the Red Keep, though whispers suggested they might still lurk in the Westerlands, preparing for war. Jaime, seething over his defeat, would not let the insult stand. Conflict loomed like a thunderhead over the realm. While Ned worked to secure King's Landing, ordering the Gold Cloaks to restore order, rotating patrols around the Red Keep, he also sent ravens north to Winterfell, commanding Robb to gather the Northern Bannermen. Another flock of ravens flew to the Eyrie, Riverrun, Storm's End, even the Reach, urging them to avert a greater war by uniting against the Lannister threat. To Stannis, he wrote a personal letter inviting him to come to King's Landing for a peaceful resolution. And so Eddard Stark became a king in all but name, weighed down by a duty he had never craved. As the city settled into this uneasy new order, Ned found little reprieve from the swirl of responsibilities. He met each morning with men who insisted he formally crown himself, for no one would take a regent seriously. Others advised him to name a hand, ironically enough, so that the realm might see a structured government. He felt trapped in a role he neither wanted nor had sought. But the wheels of power do not wait on a man's reluctance. Catelyn Stark arrived from the Riverlands not long after, her face etched with worry. She embraced Ned in private, tears glimmering in her eyes. "I came as soon as I could," she said. "The lords in the Riverlands stir with talk of war. They are outraged by the rumors of Lannister treachery." She squeezed his hands. "Ned, what have you done? You never wanted this. How can we possibly hold the throne?" He pressed his forehead to hers, sadness and exhaustion mingling in his voice. "I had no choice. Once I exposed Joffrey's secret, they would have killed me, or worse, our daughters would have been hostages. I took the throne to prevent more bloodshed, yet bloodshed seems inevitable." They held each other, hearts weighed down by the knowledge that peace was a fragile dream. Soon enough, though, they had to part, each preparing for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Renly Baratheon approached Ned with a quiet proposition. "My lord, it's clear Joffrey is no rightful king, but if you refuse to recognize Stannis on account of his sternness, perhaps you will support me. The lords are weary of gloom. They want youth, vibrancy, a king who can unite them. With the Tyrells at my side, I can bring half the realm to your cause, our cause, if you will stand aside for me." Ned listened to the younger man's pitch in silence. He countered that the law favored Stannis over Renly. The two parted, unconvinced of each other, yet also not enemies. They recognized that in the war to come, alliances might shift like dunes in the wind. Weeks rolled on, the tension only growing thicker. Smoke rose from the horizon some mornings as Lannister raids struck outlying villages. Varys skulked through the halls of the Red Keep, hinting at conspiracies that might shatter Ned's tenuous hold. Littlefinger was conspicuously absent, rumored to be pulling strings in the Vale. And in the midst of this, a new threat emerged. Letters from Dragonstone revealed that Stannis Baratheon was arming ships and gathering men. He demanded Ned Stark kneel and acknowledge him as king. Pride and law fueled Stannis' determination. The Red Priestess by his side preached that her god, Lawler, had chosen Stannis to cast down all pretenders. Ned wrote back, pleading for calm, for reason, for a face-to-face discussion. The missive that returned was curt, brimming with disdain. Stannis named Ned an accidental usurper and gave him a fortnight to surrender or face war. War seemed inevitable now. If the Lannisters did not strike first, Stannis would. Still, Ned clung to the hope of negotiating. He dispatched Catelyn to Dragonstone, believing her to be the best envoy for peace. She sailed away amid anxious farewells. But even as she stepped onto her ship, it felt as though the tides of fate were inescapable. When Catelyn's raven returned, it confirmed Ned's fears. Stannis refused to yield. Only the faintest trace of respect for Ned prevented him from launching his fleet immediately, but the Red Woman, Melisandre, was stoking his fervor. All around King's Landing, the rumor mills churned. The small folk were frightened, remembering horrors of the recent rebellion and the dragons of old. For once, the Gold Cloaks stood loyal to Ned Stark, for he had paid them fair wages and demanded no more corruption. Yet coin alone would not save the city if Stannis sailed with a larger force. Driven by necessity, Ned took the next reluctant step, a formal coronation in the Great September of Baelor. He hated the pomp, the chanting of the septons, the ring of swords in salute. Still, he understood the importance of symbolism. If he was to stand firm against Stannis, he needed the capital to believe in him. The High Septon, nervous but amenable, placed a simple iron and silver circlet upon Ned's brow. Sansa and Arya stood by, both pale with anxiety. The throng in the September watched with bated breath as Ned uttered a vow to protect the realm, to serve the laws, to uphold justice. It felt more like a funeral than a coronation, for all the talk of war overshadowed any sense of joy. But the people needed a king to rally behind, and in that moment Eddard Stark became King Eddard of the Seven Kingdoms, or so the heralds declared. Days later, the horns on the city walls signaled the arrival of Stannis' fleet. The watchers on the battlements saw black sails emblazoned with the crowned stag burning in a fiery heart, drawing nearer across Blackwater Bay. Ned readied the city's defenses, ordering archers to man the walls and the catapults to stand prepared. The small folk huddled in fear, remembering the whispers of how the Mad King had once stockpiled wildfire to burn King's Landing rather than lose it. Ned gave explicit orders that wildfire was not to be unleashed. He would not become the monster he despised. At dawn, Stannis' first wave of ships appeared on the horizon, rows of oars slicing through the dark waters. Infantry and siege weapons followed. Stannis himself landed at the head of the host. Ned, standing upon the battlements, beheld the man's stern visage and the red-robed figure by his side. Though distance and the din of mustering men separated them, Ned lifted his voice. "Stannis, I offer parley. There is no need to bathe the city in blood." A herald for Stannis bellowed, "Bow to King Stannis Baratheon, rightful heir to King Robert, or face the fires of Lawler." The lines of armored men began their march across the beach, shields raised, siege towers rolling behind them. A feeling of dread welled in Ned's gut. No peaceful resolution would be found here. War had come. The next hours exploded into chaos. Ned's archers released volleys, darkening the sky with shafts. The Baratheon men answered with ballista and catapult fire, flaming projectiles arcing toward the city walls. The crash of stone against stone and the screams of men caught in the bombardment echoed across Blackwater Bay. Rising smoke obscured the sun. Ned, leading from the gatehouse, directed his defenders to focus on setting Stannis' siege towers ablaze. Archers dipped arrows in pitch and fired them into the wooden structures. Fire blossomed in the damp morning air. Yet Stannis' men advanced with grim discipline. The Red Woman's presence seemed to embolden them, and rumors spread of shadowy forms moving along the flanks, shapes that slipped past watchful guards. Men whispered of sorcery. Soldiers stood white-faced on the walls, eyes wide, claiming they saw living shadows that killed in silence. Still, King's Landing did not fall that day. The walls remained intact, the city watch more resolute than the invaders had expected. Stannis withdrew temporarily to regroup, but siege lines encircled the city. The supply roads were cut off. Inside the walls, anxiety soared. Ned walked through the streets, attempting to reassure the small folk that King's Landing would not starve, that they would find a way. Yet the grim knowledge of a siege pressed upon all. Stores of grain were tallied, rationing enforced. Morale dipped. The Red Keep felt like a prison, albeit a well-guarded one, with horns constantly sounding alarms. On the third night of siege, as Ned patrolled the battlements in darkness, He spied torchlights out at sea. Stannis' fleet blocked any escape by water. Night after night, there were skirmishes along the walls, test assaults to probe for weaknesses. In whispered corners, men spoke of the Red Woman performing dark rites on the coastline. Ned caught glimpses of her scarlet figure, arms raised toward the moon, chanting in a language he did not recognize. More men were found dead near the ramparts, bearing wounds no ordinary blade could inflict. Ser Barristan, ever steadfast, called it an abomination against the gods. But how to fight shadows? Amid that swirling darkness, a flicker of hope arrived with word that Robb Stark was on the march south. He had rallied Northern Bannermen and Tully forces. Yet it would take time for him to reach the Crownlands. Time was a luxury King's Landing lacked. Each day, the ring of steel around the city tightened, and the rations grew scarcer. Ned's nights passed in snatches of troubled sleep, haunted by visions of Robert, of Lyanna, of the Mad King's laughter. The more he tried to cling to honor, the murkier the path became. Finally, on a blood-streaked dawn, Stannis launched his major assault. Siege towers rolled forward in unison, shielded by locked phalanxes of infantry. Archers rained fire upon the walls. The city's defenders struggled mightily. Ned joined the front lines, sword in hand, shouting orders. At one point, a siege tower slammed into the parapet with a thunderous crash. Baratheon soldiers poured out, clashing with gold cloaks and knights in fierce melee. Ned's blade met steel again and again. Flames licked the edges of the wall. Desperation electrified the air. Then, as day threatened to tilt into a massacre, horns from the west signaled the arrival of a new force. At first, defenders and attackers alike paused in confusion. Who could it be? Lannisters? Renly's host? Another wave of Baratheon reinforcements? When the banners became visible, hearts soared among Ned's men. It was the direwolf of House Stark and the Trout of House Tully. Robb had come. The young wolf, flanked by river lords, crashed into Stannis' lines from the rear. Caught between the city walls and the northern cavalry, Stannis' army wavered. In that moment, Ned rallied his men to ride out. The gates groaned open, and he led a contingent of knights into the fray, steel hoofs thundering across the churned sand. Trapped in a pincer, Stannis' disciplined ranks fought on with grim resolve, but there was no question which way fortune now turned. From his vantage, Ned spotted Stannis on horseback, barking commands, the Red Woman beside him on a pale steed. Strange shapes flickered again on the battlefield, the rumored shadow sowing confusion among the northern men. But Robb's host was large, fueled by the fervor to save their liege lord. The battle raged hotly until, at last, Stannis sounded the horn for retreat. A battered portion of his army fought a withdrawal to the ships. Men flung themselves onto rowboats, grim-faced and wounded as the fiery heart banners receded. Ned, refusing to spill more blood than necessary, did not pursue them into the bay. He knew the war was far from over, but King's Landing was spared at least for now. Cheers and sobs mingled as the defenders realized victory was theirs. Ned dismounted on the blood-soaked beach, armor dented, sword coated with the grime of battle. Robb found him there, and father and son embraced without words. Exhaustion weighed them down, but the relief of survival shone in their eyes. The city gates opened in welcome for the returning host. As the small folk poured out to greet them, Ned felt the enormity of it all. They had defended King's Landing from one army, but Tywin Lannister still lurked, and rumors said Renly Baratheon had declared himself king from Highgarde. And the realm was fracturing into a war of kings, a war Ned had tried desperately to avoid. Days of uneasy calm followed as Stannis' fleet vanished from the waters. The Red Keep became a hive of activity, tending wounded and burning the dead. Smoke drifted endlessly, a constant reminder of the cruelty of war. In hastily arranged war councils, Ned and Robb discussed the next moves. They had staved off Stannis, but the Lannisters threatened from the west. Renly Baratheon, allied with the Tyrells, might soon decide to march north. The realm could not endure 3 or 4 separate armies carving it into pieces. Ned's knights offered no rest. Duty pressed upon him from every side. He conferred with Robb about entreating Renly for peace or even an alliance against the Lannisters, but that raised the question of Stannis' claim. How many times could Ned refuse Stannis before the realm fell to unending bloodshed? And if the Lannisters regrouped to the west, they might cut off the city's supplies and starve King's Landing into submission. Amid those swirling uncertainties, Ned tried to hold to what was good. He spent stolen minutes with Sansa and Arya, checking on their well-being. They had been terrified by the siege, yet determined to remain strong. Arya asked if she could fight alongside the men. Ned forced a faint smile, urging her to keep practicing her needlework with an actual needle if she insisted, though only in safe quarters. Sansa, more timid by nature, told Ned she prayed the wars would end soon. He squeezed her hand, unable to promise anything. He found respite only in the Godwood, where he knelt by a heart tree far smaller than the one in Winterfell. He whispered pleas for guidance, for a way out that would spare the innocent. The wind through the leaves offered only a hush. Varys, the spider, visited more frequently. His soft footsteps and sly manner unnerved many, but Ned listened to his reports. The Lannisters massed under Tywin, while Cersei whispered in many ears. Renly's power swelled in the south. Stannis had retreated to Dragonstone, but no one expected him to linger quietly for long. The seeds of war had been planted in every corner of Westeros, and Ned's claim to the Iron Throne, however honorable he deemed his motives, had become a catalyst. In the city, some called Ned a usurper, while others revered him as the sole honest lord among snakes. The small folk pinned scraps of parchment to the Red Keep's gates, some praising good King Stark for showing mercy to prisoners, others demanding more food and justice. Already, men who had lost loved ones in the siege cursed the name Baratheon, no matter which Baratheon it was. Ned saw that his hold on power was as fragile as spun glass. With Robb's army providing a bulwark against further attacks, Ned summoned lords still loyal, or at least open, to him, forging a plan to unify them. The Tullys from Riverrun, the Lannisters, and other Riverland houses pledged to stand with House Stark. Some Crownland houses grudgingly followed, lacking better options. But Storm's End, seat of House Baratheon, was rumored to side with Stannis, while the Tyrells of Highgarden pinned their fortunes on Renly. Dorne watched warily from the south, perhaps waiting to strike at a moment of advantage. And looming in the background, Tywin Lannister's host overshadowed everything else. Ned realized he might soon face an even larger battle on the open fields outside King's Landing. The battered walls would not hold forever. As the weeks turned into months of uneasy standoff, Ned sent repeated messages inviting parley. Some went to Renly, urging him to meet and avoid open conflict, for Ned would consider stepping aside if it meant an end to the bloodshed and a stable monarchy. He also tried once more to reach Stannis, though he doubted the Lord of Dragonstone would yield an inch. Meanwhile, ravens flew to the Vale, imploring Lysa Arryn to join the cause of justice. She remained evasive, evidently under Littlefinger's sway, and in the swirl of all these letters, winter still approached, an ominous reality that no one could forget. War plus winter spelled catastrophe for the common people. In one of the Red Keep's courtyards, Ned stood with Robb, watching men drill with swords and pikes. Robb, though young, showed the bearing of a leader. His victories in the Riverlands had earned him respect. Together, father and son spoke of the campaigns to come. "We cannot fight a war on two fronts," Robb said, voice quiet but firm. "If we march west to face Tywin, Stannis might seize the city. If we stay behind these walls, we risk being surrounded." Ned looked weary. "We need alliances. Perhaps if Renly can be convinced to join us against the Lannisters first, we can present Stannis with a fait accompli, a stable realm he'll be loath to burn." A tired half-smile crossed his face. "I never thought I'd find myself in the midst of such scheming." Robb's gaze flickered with a hint of sympathy. "Father, you do what you must. If we had not forced the Lannisters' hand, they might have butchered us all. I do not doubt your reasons." Ned clasped Robb's shoulder. "The realm sees only a crown upon my head and a war unfolding. But you must know I fight for us to protect our family. If I must endure the throne a while longer to keep you safe, then so be it." And so the days continued. Tension spiked whenever a new host was rumored nearby. The clash of steel was never far off. Treachery within the city was a constant threat. More than one agent was caught trying to open a gate at night for gold from the Westerlands. Ned had to quell small riots over grain shortages. All the while, he questioned whether there had truly been no other path. Yet he carried on, doing what he believed was right. Then, at a council meeting one crisp morning, a messenger burst in, panting. "They're here, Renly's men." The man described an enormous force approaching from the south, banners of green and gold. The Tyrell rose, joined by the Stag of Baratheon. The Tyrells had marched with Renly, and together they outnumbered anything Ned had at King's Landing. Panic fluttered through the council like startled birds. If Renly was here to besiege the city as Stannis had, then King's Landing might fall. But that same day, a white banner arrived at the gates, bearing Renly's personal sigil. He sought parley, not immediate battle. Ned agreed. He rode out, accompanied by Robb and a select guard, to meet Renly in a field ringed with tall grass. Green cloaks bearing golden roses surrounded Renly's pavilion. Inside, Ned found Renly dressed regally, with an antlered helm and fine embroidered robes. Ser Loras Tyrell stood at his side, along with various Reach lords. Renly greeted Ned with open arms. "King Eddard," he said, the faintest note of irony in his voice. "The realm is not large enough for so many kings. We must resolve this, for the sake of the people." Ned stiffened. "I never asked for this crown. If you come in peace, perhaps we can find a solution." Renly glanced at Robb, then back to Ned. "I have the greatest power block in the south. You hold the city, and many good men's loyalty. If we join forces, Tywin Lannister will not stand a chance. And Stannis, well, if faced with the combined might of the Reach and the North, he might see reason or risk total defeat." Ned's eyes narrowed. "You forget the matter of rightful inheritance. By law, the throne should pass to Stannis." Renly's mouth curved in a slight, frustrated smile. "I admire your devotion to the law, Lord Stark, but you see how that leads us in circles. The great lords do not rally to Stannis. He offers them no warmth or hope. My approach is different. If you will bend the knee to me, I will let you maintain your rulership in the north, your wardenship, and spare your followers from the burdens of further war." Robb bristled, hand on the pommel of his sword. Ned raised a hand to keep him calm. "You speak of saving the realm, but all you propose is another fight over the crown. Even if we overcame the Lannisters, we would still face Stannis. Blood would flow like a river." Renly's face grew serious. "Blood is already flowing. The question is whether we can end it on our terms. I can promise you that, under my reign, there would be leniency and a chance for real peace. Will Stannis offer that? He's threatened to burn traitors for the Red God. And what if the Lannisters take power again? You know the horrors that would follow." Ned sighed, shoulders tight. "Let me speak plainly. I do not relish the throne, but I cannot give it to you while Stannis' claim stands. If that means more war, I mourn it. But my conscience, my sense of honor, won't let me ignore the lawful successor." Renly's eyes flickered with dismay. He glanced at Ser Loras, then back at Ned. "You would not budge, even if it saved thousands of lives? That is the cost of principle," Ned said quietly, though the words weighed heavily. "If the realm does not abide by its own laws, then we're no better than the Lannisters who twisted them." A charged silence stretched. "Very well," Renly said at last. "I had hoped for a quicker path to unity. Yet I do not wish to fight you. We share a common enemy in Tywin Lannister. Let us strike at him first. I propose a temporary alliance to bring down the house that murdered our king and threatens us all. Afterward, we can parley again on the matter of who sits the throne." Ned studied the younger man's earnest face. He sensed ambition there, but also sincerity. "We fight side by side now," Ned said, "though I make no promise about what follows. If you raise arms against me before the Lannisters are dealt with, I will defend the city." Renly inclined his head. "Agreed. Let us see how Tywin fares against two armies." With that, they parted under a veneer of guarded cooperation. It was a temporary reprieve, a chance for Ned to breathe. He returned to King's Landing with news that, at least for now, Renly's host would not storm the walls. The combined forces of the Reach, the North, and the Riverlands would move west to meet Tywin. Robb prepared the men. Ned chose to remain behind to hold the city in case Stannis reappeared. So Robb and Renly would march together, a bizarre alliance. The city's small folk muttered that perhaps the realm had a chance if the warring kings joined forces against the Lannisters. Still, as Ned watched Robb's banners depart, riding alongside Tyrell lords and Renly's bright green standard, he felt only dread. He stood atop the city walls, Sansa and Arya by his side, each girl straining for a final glimpse of her brother. He silently prayed the gods would protect them all. War marched relentlessly on, devouring men's lives for crowns and claims. Time flowed in uneasy drips. Reports trickled back of skirmishes with Tywin's outriders. A large battle loomed near the Gold Road. Meanwhile, King's Landing tried to restore a semblance of routine, burying the memory of Stannis' siege. Merchant wagons crept in from Rosby and Duskendale, though many were intercepted by roving bands of Sells-words loyal to the Lannisters. Fears ran rampant. Men questioned if the city would starve come winter if the armies did not settle quickly. Then, in the midst of that uneasy peace, a raven from the Vale arrived containing a cryptic message that Lysa Arryn had mobilized her knights. Littlefinger's name was whispered between the lines, implying the Vale might tilt one way or the other at the critical moment. Ned had no illusions. Lord Baelish would side with whomever offered him the most advantage. The Vale's involvement could shift the balance in any direction. Even the capital's religious heart quaked with uncertainty. The faith of the Seven had been roiled by rumors of a red god claiming souls. Melisandre's presence with Stannis frightened many, giving rise to fanatics in the streets calling down curses on all non-believers. Ned tried to keep the peace, dispatching gold cloaks to quiet any violent gatherings. Amid the daily crises, Ned's mind drifted to the far corners of Westeros. He wondered about the wall in the north, where Jon Snow served in the Night's Watch. He thought of the old threat of the others, which the Southern Lords dismissed as myth. Here he was, embroiled in mortal battles for a throne made of swords, while an older, colder menace might stir beyond the wall. It was enough to make him feel like a pawn in a cosmic game. Still, he could not abandon King's Landing to help the Watch while the realm threatened to tear itself apart. He dreamt sometimes of the day he would lay down the crown and return to Winterfell, to walk among the quiet hills and hear the wolves in the dark. That dream of normalcy was a distant star, shining faintly in a midnight sky. For now, duty bound him like iron shackles. The next crisis arrived in the form of a battered messenger from the west, who collapsed in the Red Keep's courtyard. Robb's forces and Renly's had engaged Tywin Lannister near the Blackwater rush. The fighting had been ferocious, many dead on both sides. The outcome remained unclear, but rumors said that Tywin had taken advantage of infighting between some of Renly's bannermen and the northern ranks, sowing confusion. The battle had scattered both armies. Robb was safe, but much of the host was in disarray. Renly supposedly regrouped, but whether they could hold the field was unknown. Worse still, there were unverified tales of Tywin's men circumventing them entirely and marching again toward King's Landing. Another wave of conflict might crash upon the city soon. Gathering his council, Ned delivered the grim report. Varys quietly suggested seeking terms with Tywin, but Ned refused. The Lannisters had proven their treachery time and again. Ser Barristan counseled preparing for a second siege. The city stirred with fear, recalling the battered walls still not fully repaired from Stannis' assault. If Tywin arrived with fresh troops, the defenders might not hold out a second time. Rationing began again in earnest. War, it seemed, was an eternal will spinning them all toward ruin. Yet, ironically, the next immediate threat was not Tywin but the reemergence of Stannis. Word came that his fleet had been spotted off Massey's Hook, potentially moving again for an assault on the capital, or perhaps to ambush the gold supply lines. The noose tightened. Ned felt the weight of the crown like a millstone around his neck, each day an exercise in crisis management. He could not leave the city undefended. Yet if he stayed behind, Robb risked facing Tywin alone. Catelyn was still away, last reported traveling between Storm's End and Dragonstone, trying in vain to broker a truce. In a rare quiet moment, Ned climbed the steps to the Iron Throne and sat, for the first time truly letting himself feel its razor edges. He recalled that each sword belonged to a man who had knelt or been slain by Aegon the Conqueror. He rested his hands on the cold metal arms and stared into the empty hall. Was this worth all the bloodshed on the beaches, in the fields, outside these very gates? He closed his eyes, conjuring the image of a peaceful Westeros, children laughing in Winterfell, no mention of war, no banners of 1,000 different kings flapping in the wind. He felt a presence. Opening his eyes, he saw Arya standing by a pillar. Her face was solemn. "Father," she said, "why do you look so sad? We won, didn't we? Against Stannis." Ned's voice emerged ragged. "We won a battle, but the war rages on. There will be more fighting, more dying. And for what? A chair of knives." Arya stepped closer, her small hand reaching out. You did it to save us, to save the people from Joffrey and Cersei. You did it because it was right. He gazed at her earnest face, wishing he could spare her this world's cruelty. I hope so. Sometimes I fear I have only made things worse. Arya shook her head. I don't think so. Joffrey would have hurt us. Cersei would have lied forever. You stopped them. That's something. Ned swallowed hard, moved by her simple faith. Perhaps. The gods willing, we shall see peace yet. She nodded, but then her eyes flicked to the Iron Throne. Looks uncomfortable. A ghost of a smile touched Ned's lips. Aye, child. It is. She lingered, then turned and left him with his thoughts. Ned exhaled slowly, stepping down from the throne to pace the great hall's tiles, each step resonating in the hollow silence. But the realm would not grant him such moments for long. Within days, fresh outriders arrived at the city, claiming they had sighted a golden host on the Rosby Road. Tywin Lannister, bruised from his engagements with Robb and Renly, was advancing on King's Landing with vengeance in his heart. If the city's gates were not swiftly reinforced, the Lannisters would succeed where Stannis had failed. Ned marshaled every man he could. Worn banners fluttered along the battlements, each soldier's face etched with fatigue. The small folk quaked at the possibility of another siege, one that might dwarf the previous. Word flew around that Lannister outriders had torched villages, wreaking havoc in the countryside. And so the city braced itself again for war. Yet fate, ever capricious, took another twist. As Tywin's vanguard neared, horns sounded from the south. Another column arrived. The Tyrell forces under Renly, battered but still formidable, had circled around and caught Tywin in a pincer. The Lannisters, reeling from the earlier battles, found themselves outnumbered. Suddenly, the city watch from the walls saw fires spring up in the night as the two forces clashed violently. All around King's Landing, the land burned with the fury of armies meeting in final reckoning. Ned's scouts reported chaos, with Tywin pinned between Renly's vanguard and the defensive lines near the city. The following morning, Ned led a force out from the gates, determined to capitalize on the Lannisters' entrapment. If they could break Tywin here, one of the greatest threats to the realm might finally be ended. On horseback, flanked by Ser Barristan and loyal Northmen, Ned rode into the outskirts, where fields had become battlefields. Smoke clogged the air. The clang of steel and the screams of horses formed a grim chorus. They found a melee in full spate, Lannister men in their crimson cloaks locked in desperate struggle against green-garbed Knights of the Reach. Renly's banner swayed in the midst of carnage. Here and there, pockets of Riverland archers loosed shafts at Lannister crossbowmen. Into this maelstrom, Ned's column charged, standard-bearers shouting, Winterfell! Winterfell! Crimson ranks tried to form up to meet them, but the combined pressure from Renly's lines and Ned's new assault fractured the Lannister host. Men fled or fell. The ground was slick with blood. In the thick of it, Ned caught sight of Tywin Lannister himself, unmistakable in gilded armor. His green eyes blazed with cold fury. Surrounded by a ring of guards, Tywin cut down two knights who rushed him. Then he spied Ned, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to slow. Tywin, who had orchestrated so many cruelties, who had shaped the downfall of House Targaryen alongside Robert and Ned's friend Jon Arryn, now found himself cornered on the battlefield. Yet Tywin never quailed. With a snarl, he raised his sword, prepared to meet Ned's charge. A swirl of fighting men separated them. Arrows zipped past. Ned struggled through the press, nearly unhorsed by a flailing warhammer. He regained control, parrying a blow from a Lannister knight. The lines ebbed and flowed, a tide of violence. At last, Ned broke into the clearing around Tywin, Ser Barristan at his shoulder. A hush fell among those near enough to see the confrontation. Tywin bared his teeth. Ned lifted his sword, heartbreak and anger colliding behind his eyes. Before either man could strike, horns sounded again. Shouts rose, they yield! They yield! Pockets of Lannister troops dropped their weapons, kneeling or fleeing. Tywin, glancing around, saw his host decimated. A ring of green and gray-clad men encircled him. Even Tywin Lannister, as proud as any lion, knew when the battle was lost. Slowly, he lowered his sword. In that moment, Ned could have killed him outright, ended the threat of House Lannister's cunning for good. But he was not that kind of man. Instead, he addressed Tywin with a voice that carried the weight of every lost life. Lord Lannister, your men have surrendered. Lay down your arms. Tywin fixed Ned with a searing look, regal in defeat. Then he let his sword fall into the churned mud. Renly arrived, breathless, surveying the scene. So it was that Tywin Lannister, the great lord of Casterly Rock, was taken into custody. The entire realm would tremble at the news. In the aftermath, the field was a graveyard of the fallen. Ned oversaw triage for the wounded, ensuring that even Lannister men received water and basic care. Renly and his Tyrell bannermen walked among the carnage, expressions grim. In hushed discussions, they agreed that Tywin would be brought to King's Landing as a prisoner and their council would decide his fate. Thus, one of the greatest pillars of opposition to Ned's claim had been broken, though at a terrible cost. When Ned returned to the city at dusk, leading the procession of wounded and prisoners, the gates opened to the thunder of cheers. The small folk saw in the spectacle a sign that perhaps the war might turn. Tywin Lannister, unstoppable for so long, was now in chains. Sansa and Arya waited in the courtyard, tears of joy streaking their cheeks as they watched their father ride in, battered but alive. He dismounted, letting them embrace him, heart too full for words. That night, the Red Keep's hall buzzed with talk of what would come next. Men whispered that Stannis might try again, or that Renly, his forces battered but still cohesive, would demand Ned step aside. Ned himself stood by a window overlooking the city, the moon casting pale light on his drawn features. Catelyn slipped quietly into the room, having finally returned from her fruitless negotiations with Stannis. She laid a gentle hand on Ned's shoulder. "You saved the city from Tywin," she said softly. "Perhaps now the realm can breathe." Ned shook his head, gaze distant. "We have won a victory, but the realm is not yet at peace. Stannis remains, Renly has not abandoned his claim, and the wounds of war run deep." She nodded sadly. "Aye, yet you have come so far. You have done what you thought was right. No man can do more." He exhaled, leaning into her warmth. "One day, if the gods are kind, I will lay down this crown. I never wanted it. But I could not let the Lannisters keep a lie on the throne." His voice trembled slightly. "I only hope I have not traded one disaster for another." Catelyn's arms slipped around him, providing the only solace he had felt in months. "We face the future together," she murmured. "That is all we can do." Below them, in the torchlit courtyard, men drank and sang, celebrating survival. Tywin Lannister, the Great Lion, rested in a cell, stripped of his grandeur. Renly's banners snapped over the city walls, the Southern King or would-be king forging an uneasy alliance with the occupant of the Iron Throne. Stannis brooded in Dragonstone, nursing vengeance. The War of the Five Kings, if it could even be called that now, was a simmering cauldron of allegiances waiting to shift anew. But for a moment, just a moment, King's Landing was spared the sound of battle. Eddard Stark, crowned by circumstance and anchored by conscience, stood at the heart of it all. No matter his own weariness, the realm looked to him for leadership and hope. He had promised justice, a chance to rebuild, and an end to the Lannisters' treachery. But the path ahead was tangled with potential pitfalls. Would he face down Stannis' righteous fury? Would Renly demand he honor their pact by surrendering the throne once Tywin was no longer a threat? Would the city starve or bleed again if new factions rose against him? All these questions coiled in Ned's mind, but for the time being, he let Catelyn's embrace shelter him from the storm. Far away, wolves howled in the northern night, and the memory of Winterfell's snowy forests tugged at him. One day, he silently vowed when the land was safe and the rightful order restored, he would return home. He would free himself from the burden of a throne he never desired. He would see his children run in the God's Wood and laugh in the snowdrifts. He would sleep without dread haunting his dreams. Yet in his heart, he knew too well, the Game of Thrones rarely releases its players willingly. Such is the nature of power, and such is the legacy of taking the crown, even if done for noble reasons. The tapestry of fate was woven with swords and secrets, with love and loyalty, with betrayal and madness. As Eddard Stark stared into the night sky above King's Landing, he felt the eyes of the realm upon him, felt the press of 100,000 hopes and fears, all pinned on the man who had tried to do the right thing and ended up sitting on a throne of knives. If any salvation was to come, it would not be by half measures. And so, on that night, the king who had not wished to be king knelt in silent prayer. For the good of the realm he had tried to protect. For the souls lost in battles fought on beaches and fields. For his children's future in a land that devoured innocence. It was a lonely vigil, and yet one that gave him the strength to rise again, to step forward and meet the uncertain dawn. In the morning, he would don the circlet of metal that felt more like a shackle than a crown, and he would carry on, determined to bring justice and honor to a throne so often steeped in blood. Winter was coming. But so, too, might a new spring if only he could steer the realm through its darkest hour. Thus Eddard Stark, a man of the North, soldiered on with a burdened heart and unbending resolve, forging a legacy that would echo in the songs and stories of generations to come. The night after Tywin Lannister was brought into King's Landing in chains, the Red Keep was gripped by a hush that felt almost unnatural. Not even when Stannis had battered the walls with catapults or when Jaime and his men roamed the corridors had the fortress felt so quietly tense. It was as though everyone understood that something definitive had happened, that the most fearsome lord in the realm had been humbled. Yet no one knew what would come next, for Westeros was a tangle of rival kings and fracturing loyalties, and the capture of one lion did not mean the pride was beaten. Eddard Stark, King Eddard, to those who would grant him the title, stood on a balcony overlooking the torchlit courtyard where Tywin's defeated knights were corralled. The banners of House Lannister had been taken and torn or stacked in piles of dusty spoils. Some of the knights had thrown aside their crested helmets and slumped in exhaustion. Others stood staring at the barred gate, nursing wounds, defiance burning bright in their eyes. The Watchers, both gold cloaks and Stark men, kept bows trained on them. Small scuffles and heated words flared here and there, but the presence of a direwolf standard in the yard served as a reminder that the city was firmly in Stark hands. Ned frowned. His victory over Tywin could not undo the damage of the war so far. It would not resurrect the dead, nor quell Stannis' zeal, nor transform Renly into a selfless ally. Yet for a moment he allowed himself a glimmer of hope that the realm might breathe. If Tywin were imprisoned, perhaps the West would no longer send out fresh hosts to ravage the Riverlands or threaten King's Landing. Perhaps the fear strangling the small folk would lessen. Still, he knew Cersei and Jaime remained at large. The Lannisters would not abandon their ambitions simply because Tywin had been seized. A cornered lion is often the most dangerous. He lingered until the cold wind off Blackwater Bay chilled him. Within, guards were posted in the Red Keep's halls, and deeper still lay the dungeons where Tywin had been confined. Ned was no fool. He knew Tywin's guards might have tried to break him free, or some cunning agent might try to kill him to prevent any potential parley. Whatever else could be said, Tywin Lannister was a key piece in this game. Ned's intention was to grant him a trial if there was any justice left. Yet no trial in King's Landing had ever been simple, and for men of great power, a trial could quickly become a stage for cunning manipulations. Better to keep the lion in a cage for now. The next day dawned with pale sunlight glinting off the bronze roofs and spires of the city. Ned convened a war council in the throne room itself, a gesture he dreaded but deemed necessary. The Iron Throne loomed behind him, still monstrous in its fused blades. There was no dais set for Tywin. His presence would not be required. Instead, the lords and knights who had fought in the recent battles attended, with Renly Baratheon among them. Renly's face was lined with fatigue, for his own losses had been significant. Nevertheless, he was clad in fine green silk embroidered with golden stags, as though he refused to let the horror of war strip him of a certain regal splendor. Renly inclined his head to Ned, though his expression was unreadable. "Lord Stark," he began, voice echoing in the hall. "We have a victory behind us, but the realm is far from at peace. I would speak plainly. Do we proceed together to bring an end to these wars, or do we find ourselves at odds again now that Tywin lies in a dungeon?" Ned, seated in front of the Iron Throne rather than on it, answered quietly, "We remain allies for the time being. The Lannisters still hold sway in the West and may attempt to rescue. Moreover, there is Stannis to consider, and the threat of further conflict if we do not unite our forces." Renly studied him, arms crossed. "And after? When the realm no longer trembles beneath Lannister ambition, will you stand aside for the rightful king?" The room went still. Even the steady breath of guards by the walls grew quiet. Renly's use of rightful king clearly referred to himself, for he still insisted that Stannis was unfit to rule and that he, Renly, was the best choice to succeed Robert. Ned frowned. "I have sworn no fealty to you, Renly. My objective, indeed, my duty, is to protect the realm from tyranny and falsehood. If the laws say Stannis is Robert's heir, that must be considered. If the realm's lords overwhelmingly prefer you, that must be weighed. But for now, if we tear each other apart over the question of the crown, the Lannisters or Stannis will capitalize on our division. We should not forget that House Greyjoy might yet stir, or that Dorne has not joined the struggle in earnest. Peace first, or at least some modicum of unity. Then we can address who sits the throne." Renly's lips curved in a half-smile. "Pragmatic words, but your crowning has already set you at odds with Stannis." He paused, glancing at Ser Barristan and Selmy, who stood in silent vigilance near Ned's side. "I would have no quarrel with the Starks if I thought you would yield once the threat is ended. But tell me truthfully, Lord Stark, do you mean to keep that crown?" Ned's eyes met Renly's. "I mean to keep the realm intact. If it spares the realm more war, I will yield. But not if it means subjecting the people to another false king, nor if it means ignoring the lawful inheritance. The conflict over who is rightful is not a matter I can dismiss. If we place you upon the throne in violation of all law, what difference is there from letting Joffrey keep it through deceit?" A murmuring ran through the assembled lords. Some seemed relieved at Ned's stance, while others were frustrated at the notion that strict law might hand the realm to a man as rigid and daunting as Stannis. Renly exhaled. "Very well," he said at last. "A temporary truce remains, for we both have enemies enough. But do not expect the Tyrells and the Storm Lords to bow forever without a settlement." With that tenuous arrangement reaffirmed, the council turned its focus to the immediate crisis, containing the scattered remnants of Lannister forces, gathering supplies for King's Landing, and assessing the likely movements of Stannis. The storms of late autumn whipped the waters of Blackwater Bay, so any approach by sea would be perilous, yet Stannis's determination was legendary. He might risk the rough seas or wait for a break in the weather. Meanwhile, rumors abounded that he had courted mercenaries from the Free Cities, possibly financed by spoils from wealthy lords who feared the Lannisters more than they feared him. Some whispered that the Red Woman had darker weapons at her disposal, and the stories of shadows on the battlefield still circulated among men who had fought near the walls. Even the bravest knights fell quiet when such tales arose, for how can a sword cut living shadow? The meeting concluded with no grand resolution. Outside, the city bustled with a strange undercurrent of relief and apprehension. Tywin Lannister, the infamous lion, was caged beneath the Red Keep, but who knew which other beasts might soon snarl at the gate? Ned took a moment to watch from a window as a line of small folk carried battered personal belongings up the main thoroughfare. Many had fled their homes during the chaos of war. Now they dared to return to the city, hoping for safety. Would they find it? Late that afternoon, Ned descended to the dungeons with a select guard. A single torch in hand, Ser Barristan walking beside him, they navigated damp, twisting corridors. The air reeked of mold, salt, and the hopelessness that clung to every stone below ground. Two gold cloaks stood watch outside Tywin's cell, their faces set in grim lines. At Ned's approach, they stepped aside. Barristan unlatched the heavy iron door. Inside, Tywin sat on a stone bench. Shadows made hollows of his cheeks, and blood had dried in one corner of his scalp where his helm had struck him. Even in battered clothes, stripped of armor, he held himself with that unshakable poise for which he was known. His pale green eyes rose to meet Ned's. Ned entered slowly, halting out of reach. He nodded for Barristan to remain by the door. For a few heartbeats, neither man spoke. Then Tywin broke the silence, his voice low and edged with the faintest rasp, as though he had tasted too much smoke. "You've come to gaze upon your prize, Lord Stark?" Ned's tone was steady. "I've come to see if there is anything you wish to say before I convene a proper inquiry. You're accused of treason, murder, and the wanton destruction of the Riverlands. You may be entitled to a trial if you so choose." Tywin's lip curled. "A trial by my enemies? How gracious." He shifted, ignoring the manacles that secured his ankles, to a ring in the floor. "No doubt you intend to parade me before the city for your own ends, to show you have tamed the lion." Ned felt a flicker of anger. "It was you who set the Riverlands aflame, who schemed to see my head on a spike if I opposed the illegitimate boy king. You've cost thousands of innocent lives." Tywin did not flinch. "Such is war, Stark, and you were no innocent babe yourself. You seized the throne for your family's sake, did you not? You could have turned power to Stannis. Instead, here you sit as self-made king, preaching honor." A moment of silence pulsed. "I took the throne," Ned said quietly, "to protect my daughters and to prevent a false king from butchering any who stood against him. I have never sought this power for my own glory." Tywin inclined his head in what might have been mock acknowledgement. "So you say, and perhaps you even believe it." He exhaled, gaze flicking to the moldy stone. "Your talk of a trial amuses me. Shall I name champions? Jaime is beyond your walls, but even if he were here, would you let him fight for me? I suspect this ends with my head on a spike, one way or another." Ned regarded him grimly. "If you truly believe that, do not discount the possibility of negotiation. The realm would benefit from a settlement. You have influence. If the West will accept new terms." Tywin's snort cut him off. "Spare me. My men may retreat, my holdings may yield for a time, but House Lannister will never bow to a northern usurper. If you expect me to sign away my legacy, you are more a dreamer than I thought." Ned's jaw tightened, but he pressed on. "Do you have any knowledge of Cersei's whereabouts, or Joffrey's? It would be better for us all if this could end without more bloodshed." Tywin's eyes turned cold. "I do not keep my children leashed like dogs. Even if I knew, I would not say." Ned stepped back, anger stirring beneath his calm. "Very well. Think on it, Tywin. Should you wish a chance to speak before lords assembled, let me know. Or remain here, silent." He motioned to Barristan, and they turned. As they left, Tywin's voice drifted from behind, echoing in the torchlit corridor. "Honor is a poor shield against cunning. Remember that, Stark." Back in the sunlit portions of the Red Keep, Ned inhaled the fresher air, though a heaviness weighed on him. The confrontation had changed nothing. Tywin was as unrepentant and proud as ever, and it seemed he would not relent. The notion of a fair trial felt almost laughable, given the swirl of alliances in King's Landing. Yet Ned could not stoop to the sort of extrajudicial execution that might sow deeper hatred and distrust. If he killed Tywin in cold blood, House Lannister might never lay down arms. Of course, if he did not, the Lannisters might still rise in vengeance anyway. No path guaranteed peace. Ser Barristan walked beside him in silence for a time, then spoke gently. "My lord, you carry a great burden. I see no easy answer. But if you are determined to uphold justice, do so with a clear conscience. You do not want the city to see you as judge, jury, and executioner." Ned nodded in weary agreement. "You speak truth, old friend. If it were only me, I would fling the keys of this dungeon aside and let the gods judge him. But it is the realm at stake. We cannot risk sparking new fury in the West. If one spark can be prevented by a lawful hearing, perhaps that is reason enough." Barristan placed a hand on Ned's shoulder. "You do what you must. We shall stand by you." As Ned made his way toward the Tower of the Hand, now repurposed as his own seat of governance, he found Sansa and Arya waiting near the courtyard. Sansa was speaking in hushed tones with a septa, her face drawn. Arya, meanwhile, was fiddling with a wooden sword, practicing jabs as if battling an invisible foe. Ned paused to watch them. They had been through so much. He recalled the day he'd planned to send them north for safety and how events had spiraled out of control. No part of him wished them to remain in this pit of vipers. Yet sending them away might make them vulnerable to capture by Lannisters or bandits. So they stayed, abiding by the fortress's partial security while war churned outside. Arya spotted him and bounded over. "Father, is it true Tywin Lannister is in the dungeons?" Her voice carried an odd excitement, as though she could hardly believe they had caged the most feared lord in the land. "They say he's as dangerous as a cornered dire wolf." Ned laid a hand on her head. "He is dangerous, no matter what chains bind him. You must keep your distance. Do not wander near the dungeons." She jutted her jaw. "I wouldn't," she said, though the gleam in her eyes betrayed curiosity. "But you're keeping him alive? For a trial?" Ned nodded. "For now. It is the just course." Arya pursed her lips as if she considered it all too lenient, but she did not argue. Instead, she asked if she could go back to practicing her footwork with Syrio Farrell. Ned assented, glad that she had something productive to focus on that did not involve the city's politics. Sansa, more cautious by nature, approached him with a measured expression. "Father," she said, "everyone says the war must go on because Stannis will not let you rule. And Renly wants the crown as well. Is there no way to stop it?" He sighed, wishing he had a comforting answer. "I pray there is a way, my sweet girl. But men's hearts are entangled with ambition, pride, and fear. Too often, logic fails to triumph." She lowered her gaze, brushing an invisible speck of dust from her gown. "I remember how I used to dream of knights and tournaments," she confessed softly. "Now, whenever I think of them, I only see blood." Ned gently lifted her chin. "War is a grim reality we must endure. But never stop believing in the better side of knighthood, Sansa. If we abandon hope, then we truly let the darkness win." She smiled, though it was a sad, fragile thing. With that, he excused himself, letting the septa guide her away for further lessons in courtesy and needlework. Ned himself returned to his chamber, reflecting on how war had stolen his daughter's innocence. Yet such was the nature of the Game of Thrones, it devoured innocence first and fastest. As night fell, ravens arrived bearing fresh tidings. One came from Riverrun, carried by a Tully retainer. Robb Stark, having partially disbanded some of his forces around the Crownlands after aiding King's Landing, was now in the Riverlands dealing with pocketed Lannister guerrillas. They reported that certain Lannister bannermen refused to concede defeat, waging small raids and burning farmland. The Tully letter insisted that with Tywin imprisoned, the West might soon fall into internal strife, but that no sign of Jaime Lannister had yet been found. Robb's note, enclosed within, told Ned not to worry, he was safe, and the Riverlords remained loyal to the Stark cause. Still, he advised caution about a possible counterstrike from the West or the Iron Islands. The North, for its part, was calm under Bran's regency at Winterfell, though the boy was very young, guided by Maester Luwin. Another raven came from Dragonstone, or near enough. A scout had sighted Stannis' fleet hugging the coast, battered by storms. It seemed they had made slow progress due to rough seas, but they had not turned back. The letter suggested Stannis might attempt a landing further north, hoping to circumvent the Crownlands' defenses. The looming question: would he take advantage of the uncertain situation in the Stormlands? Or would he sail directly for King's Landing once more? The city's watchers doubled their efforts, scanning the sea. Meanwhile, Renly's camp outside the city bustled. Though an uneasy ally, Renly had made no hostile move. He called occasional councils, pressing Ned to finalize a plan for dealing with Stannis before the next crisis fell upon them. From those gatherings emerged rumors that Renly was in contact with the Tyrell matriarch, Olenna, who encouraged him to seize the throne decisively lest the realm fracture further. Ned wondered how long Renly would keep the peace. Possibly, he would wait until Stannis was definitively vanquished, then turn on Ned. Or if Ned could somehow negotiate a reconciliation with Stannis, it might all shift again. Time became a slow grind of daily administration. The city's supplies needed careful rationing, and Ned spent long hours meeting with stewards, guild leaders, and knights who brought him pleas and disputes. He had never relished such tasks even as Lord of Winterfell, but now, as a self-made king, his duties were multiplied many-fold. Daily, he worked to ease the suffering of the small folk, ensuring that the starving masses had access to bread lines, that the city's gates were guarded to keep out brigands, that no opportunistic lord tried to levy more taxes than was due. Honor demanded he serve, no matter how weary he became. In those quiet hours of governance, his mind wandered to the Wall. Jon Snow was out of reach, beyond the politics of the Seven Kingdoms, yet threatened by something older and darker. Ned could not shake the fear that their petty wars would blind them to a greater danger. He considered sending more men to the Watch or traveling north himself to see the situation. But each time, the conclusion was the same. The realm was on fire, and he could not abandon his seat at the center of it. Another man might have cast aside the crown for a son or brother to manage, but Ned's position was precarious, and too many men, from gold cloaks to newly sworn bannermen, relied on him personally. Amid that swirl, the day arrived when Ned had to fulfill his promise of a hearing for Tywin Lannister. Lords from both sides, and from every uncertain corner, gathered in the throne room for the spectacle. The news had spread. The mighty Tywin Lannister was to be brought forth in chains and questioned on his alleged crimes. Many expected it to be a sham, a simple pretext to condemn him to death. Others hoped for a chance to see justice done for the burning of the Riverlands. Still others suspected that Ned might attempt to force Tywin into an agreement. Catelyn Stark had returned from her fruitless travels between Storm's End and Dragonstone, and she stood near Ned with her chin held high, watchful. Ser Barristan was posted near the throne, while lesser knights lined the hall. Renly, in a subtle show of cooperation, attended with an escort of Tyrell men, though he wore no crown or cloak that might challenge Ned's authority in the moment. Finally, gold cloaks marched Tywin in. Manacles bound his wrists, but his back remained straight, his aura indomitable. A hush fell. Tywin's gaze flickered disdainfully over the onlookers, settling at last on Ned, who sat before the Iron Throne. Ned had refused to sit upon that monstrous seat of swords for the hearing. The symbolism felt too fraught. Instead, he occupied a simple wooden chair. Perhaps it was a small gesture, but it was one that drew a murmur from the audience. Ned spoke in a clear voice that carried to every corner of the hall. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, you stand accused of treason against the crown by supporting the false claim of Joffrey Baratheon, knowing full well he was not King Robert's true son. You are further accused of ordering raids upon the Riverlands, of sacking villages, murdering smallfolk, and conspiring to overthrow rightful governance. Do you deny these charges? Tywin's eyes flashed. I deny nothing, for I do not recognize your authority to bring these charges. You call yourself king, yet by law, that title belongs to Stannis. Or if not Stannis, then to my grandson Joffrey, whom you call a bastard. You have no standing to judge me. A ripple of anger passed through the crowd, for many had lost family or fortunes to Tywin's armies. Ned held up a hand, silencing the onlookers. Regardless of my claim, I hold the city and the realm's guardianship as necessity demanded. The acts in the Riverlands preceded any question of my authority. They were crimes against the crown of King Robert, to whom you owed fealty. Tywin's face revealed no contrition. I owed fealty to my grandson, who took the throne by Robert's own decree. That he is rumored to be illegitimate is a matter of your word versus his mother's. A king who does not defend his own bloodline is no king at all. A fresh surge of murmurs rose, but Ned did not yield. We have ample evidence of Joffrey's parentage from the investigations by Jon Arryn and from the traits of House Baratheon that neither he nor his siblings possess. If you require further witness, we can assemble a panel of maesters. Yet your crimes extend beyond that question, for you unleashed brutal warfare on the Riverlands to bait me into conflict, ignoring the peace that had existed under Robert's reign. Tywin shrugged off the mention of peace. A peace built on illusions. You Starks pretended honor, yet you cast aside the rightful line for your own. If I am guilty of anything, it is of protecting my house's interests. Do not speak to me of illusions when you yourself decided to violate the line of succession. In the front rows, lords loyal to Ned bristled. Some demanded Tywin's head. Others hissed that he should be heard fully. Renly, leaning against a column, watched with a hooded gaze, letting the scene play out. Catelyn's hand was clenched around the hilt of a small blade, though she made no move to draw it. Ned forced himself to remain calm. In light of all that has transpired, he said, and the desire to end the bloodshed, we offer you a choice: confess your wrongdoing, or at least agree to call your bannermen to lay down their arms. Acknowledge the truth about Joffrey, and we may offer mercy. Tywin's lips parted in something akin to a snarl. Mercy, he echoed. You northern fools do not understand House Lannister if you think we will bow to your sense of mercy. My children are free, my bannermen remain strong. If you slay me, you do so at your own peril. If you spare me, know that I will do nothing to legitimize your pretensions. Perhaps you had best kill me now, Stark, if you wish to appear decisive. A tension rippled across the hall. Some men half drew swords as if expecting an order to execute Tywin on the spot. Ned felt the stares of the assembled crowd. He knew what many wanted, a swift beheading in the style of northern justice. Yet such an act would only harden the Lannisters' resolve, perhaps triggering a savage vengeance from whatever forces remained in the west. On the other hand, leaving Tywin alive was akin to sheathing a poisonous blade inside one's own halls. Amid the rising clamor, a voice rang out, Ser Barristan and Selmy. My lord, if I may. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Lord Tywin stands unrepentant. Yet we have not heard from the lords of the realm regarding the justice they seek. A hearing might be concluded by offering him trial by combat, if that is his wish, or by letting a great council pronounce sentence. Tywin cast Barristan an icy glare. The old knight continued calmly, we cannot simply put him to death without offering some form of recognized due process, lest we unravel the very laws we claim to defend. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the hall. Ned weighed it all, the balance between law and the realm's precarious need for stability. Even Renly seemed intrigued by the mention of a trial by combat. Would Tywin name Jaime as his champion if Jaime were around? But Jaime was missing. Or might Tywin choose another champion from among the knights in King's Landing, perhaps one of the defiant Westermen still in the city? Ned glanced at the assembled lords and found several pairs of eyes looking back, each with their own agenda. He finally drew a steadying breath and addressed Tywin. I will grant you a trial by combat if that is your wish. However, Jaime is not here to champion you. If you choose another, that man must come forward. Do you demand trial by combat? A hush spread. Tywin considered, lips pressed tight. Before he could answer, shouts sounded at the back of the hall. The doors burst open. A gold cloak rushed in, face slick with sweat. He bowed hastily to Ned. My lord, an urgent matter. The Lannister forces at Rosby have engaged, and there is word of Jaime Lannister. He's been sighted leading a force near Duskendale, possibly heading for the city. The entire hall stirred in alarm. This was the first concrete sighting of Jaime in weeks. The Kingslayer, who had once held Ned's men at sore point, now threatened to carve his way toward King's Landing. All eyes fell on Tywin, who remained as composed as ever, though a glint in his gaze betrayed satisfaction. If Jaime approached, it could be an attempt at rescue or a direct assault on the capital. Ned exchanged a glance with Catelyn. She looked tense but resolute. In a measured voice, he addressed the room. We will recess this hearing. Lord Tywin shall remain a prisoner. If Jaime Lannister marches on King's Landing, we must prepare. Let every man stand to arms who would defend the city. He flicked his gaze toward Renly. Your men as well? Renly hesitated, then nodded. We are allies for the moment. I will do what is necessary to hold King's Landing against another Lannister attack. Tywin's eyes narrowed, though he spoke no words. The gold cloak seized him, leading him away. The crowd parted in a swirl of agitation and renewed fear. Another battle might be upon them, with Jaime Lannister at the gates this time. Ned felt his exhaustion resurface in a wave. He dismissed the gathering, leaving the great hall with Catelyn and Ser Barristan trailing behind. In the corridors, men bustled, arming themselves or rushing to relay messages. The city had endured a siege not long ago, now it seemed a second might come, led by the infamous Kingslayer. Ned had no illusions about Jaime's skill with a sword or his capacity for bold, unexpected maneuvers. Jaime had once attacked Ned's men unprovoked in the streets of King's Landing. The memory still stung. Catelyn fell into step beside him. Jaime is likely aiming to free his father. If he can incite enough chaos, he might succeed. We should consider transferring Tywin to a more secure location or placing extra guards. Ned nodded, mind racing. Agreed. We will fortify the dungeons if we can, double the guards, or move Tywin somewhere less obvious. But if Jaime has sufficient force, we may have a pitched battle outside the walls. Barristan's face was grave. Shall we attempt to meet Jaime's forces before they reach the city? We could send a host to intercept them on open ground. Ned pondered that. There was merit in preventing another siege, but also risk. If they marched out and lost, the city would be defenseless. Renly's men remained in the area, but if Renly saw an opening, he might choose to stay back and let Ned's men weaken themselves. In truth, everything depended on an unpredictable alliance. War rarely offered a comfortable choice. By the time they reached the tower, they had decided to dispatch scouts immediately to locate Jaime's precise numbers and positioning. If the situation allowed, Ned would consider a preemptive strike, but only with caution. He also planned to approach Renly and glean whether the Tyrells and Stormlords would commit to a field engagement rather than a defensive posture at the walls. If they refused, Ned would have to weigh the city's defenses alone against a possible Lannister host. Or he might risk dividing his own forces into a vanguard and a garrison. None of these options were without peril. Messengers sprinted out at once, while Ned conferred with his captains to prepare the city for another fight. The mood in King's Landing turned grim as word spread. Jaime Lannister was on the march, unstoppable with sword in hand. Many remembered that he had slain the Mad King, proved his skill 100 times. Now he was bent on rescuing Tywin. The common people whispered that this war would never end, that the gods had cursed them. They prayed for deliverance, though many were no longer sure which side offered it. Amid the chaos, Ned received a letter from the north. Robb Stark announced he would send a portion of his troops south if needed, but it could take weeks for them to arrive. The Riverlands were still plagued by small-scale Lannister raids, likely orchestrated by remaining loyalists to House Lannister. It seemed the entire realm was a patchwork of violence. Ned sent a cautious reply, indicating that he would attempt to handle Jaime's threat with local forces, but urging Robb to stay vigilant. Days passed in anxious waiting. Scouts returned with partial information. Jaime had several thousand men, at least a portion of which were veteran knights, and he was indeed heading toward the Crownlands. However, it was unclear if his plan was to attack the city or strike somewhere else, perhaps to draw Ned's forces out. In war, the mind games often proved as deadly as the swords. Renly's scouts confirmed the reports, but offered little else. True to his word, Renly had not marched away. He kept his host just south of King's Landing, prepared to defend or to use the threat of departure as leverage for his claim. Ned found it exhausting, feeling as though he were balancing on a razor's edge between potential betrayals from every side. In the gloom of a late evening, Ned stood on the battlements, staring into the darkness. The city seemed to hold its breath. A handful of torches flickered along the walls, manned by nervous sentries. He thought back to the first siege by Stannis, the clangor of battle, and how the city had nearly fallen before Robb's intervention. Now, the young wolf could not arrive so quickly. There were no illusions that help would simply ride over the horizon. This time, if war came, Ned would face it largely with the men at hand, and with Renly so long as their alliance held. He heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Catelyn. She wrapped a cloak around her shoulders, her eyes reflecting the torchlight. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence of the night was oddly soothing, broken only by the distant hush of waves against the docks. Finally, she said, "I have never felt so uncertain, Ned. When Robb rode to your aid before, we had reason to believe he might arrive in time. Now he is mired in the Riverlands. The city is battered, and Jaime Lannister is cunning. Are we simply living from one siege to the next?" He took her hand gently. "I worry the same. The realm is in pieces. Yet I must hold onto the belief that if we remain steadfast, if we treat with fairness, maintain alliances, and do what is right, we can see the realm through this storm." Killing Tywin outright would have been simpler, but I refuse to be that kind of ruler. Maybe it will cost us, but if we betray our own principles, we lose any claim to legitimacy. She squeezed his fingers. I understand, and I stand by you. I only wish we could spare our children this strife. His throat tightened. I wish that every hour. Sansa and Arya deserve more than fear and barred gates. He paused, looking down at the sleeping city. When this is over, we will return north, and I swear to you, they will know peace. She smiled sadly. I hope the gods hear you. They stood in shared silence, letting the wind pull at their cloaks. Beyond the walls, farmland and forests stretched, dotted with hamlets that had already been ravaged by war. It struck Ned how fragile civilization truly was, how quickly it could unravel under the weight of ambition. And yet, somehow, people endured. He promised himself he would not yield the city to madness or cruelty. Word arrived 2 days later that Jaime was encamped near the Blackwater Rush, less than a day's ride from the outskirts of King's Landing. Scouts also reported smaller Lannister parties foraging and seizing supplies from local villages. The Gold Cloaks tried to protect those settlements, but they lacked the manpower to challenge Jaime's main host. Ned recognized the beginnings of a classic siege strategy. Starve the city by controlling the farmland, force a confrontation, or break defenses through gradual attrition. But King's Landing had some advantage, as shipments still trickled in by sea, thanks to the battered but functional port. Jaime might threaten roads and farmland, but controlling the entire coastline would be far more difficult. With counsel from Ser Barristan and others, Ned sent out a modest force to harass the Lannister foragers, ensuring they did not gather supplies uncontested. He ordered archers to patrol the city walls day and night. Meanwhile, he summoned Renly and his key commanders to a war council. Renly arrived in the Red Keep's meeting room with a handful of Tyrell bannermen, including some knights well known for their prowess. They spread out a map, each of them pointing out potential choke points and ridges near the Blackwater Rush. Renly tapped a spot on the map. If we position men here, on the high ground, we might repel Jaime's attempts to encircle the city. The advantage belongs to whoever seizes that ridge first. Ned studied the markings, nodding. That is a strong position, but we risk dividing our forces. If Jaime feints there and attacks from another direction, we could be caught off balance. A Tyrell knight suggested a pincer maneuver, while another pointed out the necessity of cavalry for surprise charges. Ned felt his head swirl with strategic options. He had fought in Robert's rebellion, seen the cunning of Tywin's armies then, and knew how quickly the tide could turn. Many men in the room insisted they should engage Jaime on open ground at once. Others, more cautious, said to wait behind the walls and force Jaime into a costly siege. The city's walls, though damaged, still held some defensive advantage. As the debate wore on, Ned noticed Renly's expression. The younger Baratheon lord wore a small frown, as though he weighed not just the battle plan but the politics behind it. Finally, Renly looked Ned in the eye. If I commit my men to face Jaime in open battle, I will be expecting recognition once we secure victory. I speak plainly, Lord Stark. You and I have joined forces twice now to defend King's Landing. I will want my due. Ned kept his voice neutral. Your contribution is not forgotten, but you know I cannot simply name you king over Stannis. The matter remains unresolved. Renly's nostrils flared, but he kept his composure. That too remains the reason I do not dispatch all my forces on a whim. Yet I will not stand idle while Jaime attempts to free his father and restore the Lannisters' claim through Joffrey. That outcome suits none of us. A sense of uneasy alliance hung in the chamber. In the end, they decided to dispatch a strong contingent, part Stark loyalists, part Tyrell and Stormland Knights, under the command of a trusted northern lord and one of Renly's bannermen. That contingent would attempt to secure the ridge near the Blackwater Rush, blocking Jaime from encircling the city. Meanwhile, Ned and Renly would keep significant forces within the walls, prepared to sally forth if Jaime attacked directly. The plan struck a balance between caution and aggression, though many recognized that if Jaime was as cunning as rumored, he might slip around them or lure them into a trap. By midday, the chosen men were riding out, banners fluttering under a gray sky. The small folk lined the streets, anxious eyes following the procession as it vanished beyond the gates. Ned stood atop the barbican, clasping his hands behind his back. Ser Barristan joined him there, silent but supportive. In the distance, thunder rumbled, though no rain fell. The tension in the air felt electric, as if any spark might ignite a conflagration. Days of skirmishing ensued. Reports trickled back that the combined force clashed with Jaime's outriders near the ridge, driving them off but suffering casualties. Jaime himself was rumored to be south of the position, biding his time. Some said he was negotiating with local lords for additional support, even paying sellswords from across the narrow sea to reinforce him. Others claimed he had a cunning plan to assault the city from multiple points, stretching Ned's defenses thin. Every morning, Ned awoke before dawn, reviewing messages by candlelight, hoping for signs of a quick resolution. Each evening, he found only the same uncertainty. Finally, a band of wounded men stumbled back to the city, escorted by Tyrell riders. Their commander brought news. Jaime had engaged the outpost near the ridge in a pitched battle, only to withdraw halfway through the fight. Some suspected a trick, others thought it a genuine miscalculation. The commander added that several outriders saw unusual movement along the coast road, as though Jaime might be coordinating with the fleet. That notion raised the specter of Stannis. Could the two foes of House Stark possibly align? It seemed unlikely, given the Lannister scorn for any Baratheon not wearing a lion sigil, but desperation made strange bedfellows. Ned's mind churned, recalling how swiftly alliances could shift. In the midst of these war worries, Ned received a startling visitor one afternoon. Brienne of Tarth arrived in the city, clad in battered armor, requesting an audience. She had been traveling with Renly's forces but had gone on a separate errand at his command, or so the guards told Ned. She entered the council chamber, towering over most men, her face set with unflinching determination. When Ned inquired what she wished to report, she explained in a measured voice, "My lord, I have scouted near Duskendale. It seems Jaime's men are not merely pressing from the west. They may have established some arrangement for ships to land north of the city. If so, they could attempt to slip a small, elite band inside King's Landing, presumably to free Tywin or sow chaos." Ned leaned forward, troubled. "Did you see these ships? Who mans them?" Brienne shook her head. "No clear sigils. They kept to deeper water. But men on the docks at Duskendale whispered of Lannister gold and a promised fortune for any captain willing to bring a cargo of armed men close to the city. Perhaps Jaime is trying to replicate Stannis' approach, though on a smaller scale." Ned and his advisors exchanged grim looks. If Jaime smuggled in a small strike force, they might bypass the main gates altogether. He thanked Brienne for her vigilance, then immediately dispatched watchers to the coastal areas north of the city. The harbor guard was also reinforced, with orders to seize any suspicious vessels. The threat felt dire, yet intangible. The city was vast, ringed by walls and dotted with postern gates, tunnels, hidden inlets. If Jaime truly wanted to infiltrate, he might find a way. Another night passed. Skirmishes flared on the roads. The nights were filled with the uneasy quiet of a city expecting calamity. Ned hardly slept, haunted by the idea that Jaime might appear in the corridors of the Red Keep at any moment, cutting down guards to reach Tywin's cell. At times, Ned considered relocating Tywin to a different stronghold entirely, such as Renly, but that cursed fortress hardly seemed safer, and the journey would be dangerous. In the end, he chose to keep the Lion close, under heavy guard, though it meant living with the perpetual risk of infiltration. A few more letters arrived from Robb, still enmeshed in securing the Riverlands. One letter mentioned the phrase inconstancy, which slowed progress. Another carried some hope. More northern lords had reaffirmed their loyalty to House Stark, condemning the Lannisters. Yet the distance between them remained a chasm. Dorne, for its part, had sent polite replies to Ned's overtures, but took no firm side. Prince Doran Martell apparently waited, measuring how the war might end. In short, Westeros was a tapestry of fractured alliances, and Ned had to handle each thread with care. At last, the situation crystallized when a northern scout galloped into the city with grave news. Jaime Lannister and a large contingent were moving swiftly up the Rosby Road under cover of darkness. The scout believed Jaime intended a direct strike on the city gate by dawn, perhaps hoping for a breach that would allow a smaller group inside to free Tywin. The timing was cunning, for many of Ned's best troops were stationed to the west, near the ridge, and might not return in time for an overnight assault. Ned and Renly swiftly mustered the city's garrison, gold cloaks, Stark men, Stormland knights loyal to Renly, and a small contingent of Tyrell riders. They hurriedly positioned archers on the walls, placed barricades on potential breach points, and readied the trebuchets. It felt like a repeat of Stannis' siege. The men wore anxious expressions, well aware that Jaime Lannister would be no easy foe. Clouds scudded across the moon that night as Ned paced the battlements. Occasional torchlight flickered in the gloom. The city gates were barred. Peering into the distance, Ned saw nothing but shadows. Yet the scout's urgency had convinced him that Jaime was near. Hours crept by, each moment fraught with tension. Then, a horn blast split the silence. Shapes emerged on the horizon. Banners with the golden lion, the gleam of steel under half-moon light. Lannister cavalry advanced at a measured pace, followed by ranks of infantry. A second horn blew, deeper, more resonant. Ned's archers tensed, waiting for the order to loose. It was as though both armies stared each other down in the dark, each waiting to see who would strike first. Then, in a sudden roar, the Lannister line surged forward, men shouting war cries as they pounded toward the gate. "Archers, fire!" Ned commanded, voice echoing. A hail of arrows cut through the night, peppering the charging ranks. Screams and the clang of shields erupted below. Flaming arrows streaked overhead, some finding their mark in siege equipment. The Lannisters, battered by the first volley, continued to press, determined to reach the gate with a battering ram. Along the walls, men scrambled to reload, to dump pitch, to brace for an all-out assault. Moments later, a crash resounded as the battering ram met the reinforced gates, sending splinters flying. Renly, stationed near Ned, grimaced. "They attack head-on, but Jaime is cunning. Expect a second prong." Ned nodded, scanning the darkness for any sign of a flanking force or infiltration attempt. Below, the city's defenders dumped stones and firepots, trying to halt the ram. Screams and curses rang out. Smoke mingled with the crisp autumn air, stinging eyes and throats. Then, distant shouts came from another quarter of the walls. A group of Lannister men had approached a lesser postern gate, hoping to slip inside. Renly cursed. "I'll handle it," he told Ned, grabbing a handful of knights. They raced along the parapets toward the commotion. Ned remained near the main gate, giving orders to the gold cloaks. The pounding of the ram continued, forging cracks in the timber. If that gate fell, the Lannisters would flood the city, though they would still face fierce resistance in the streets. Ned prayed they could hold. A frantic cry went up from the southwestern corner. "They've set the walls ablaze!" Peering over, Ned glimpsed flickers of flame. Lannister sappers or archers with flaming arrows must have targeted a weak point in the ramparts. If enough of the wooden scaffolding and hoardings went up, the defenders would have to pull back. Ned sent men to extinguish the flames, shouting hoarsely over the din of battle. Suddenly, a squad of Lannister infantry broke away from the main assault and darted toward a small cluster of buildings at the base of the wall. Ned recognized it as a potential vantage point if scaled. He called for more archers to focus on them, and the sky filled with a fresh wave of arrows. The attacking squad took heavy losses, but a handful made it behind the structures, vanishing from sight. Everywhere Ned looked, pockets of chaos erupted in the torchlit gloom. The thunder of the battering ram was relentless, each impact jarring the ramparts. The gates groaned in protest. Ned's heart pounded. He shouted for more men to reinforce the gatehouse from within. If the gates gave way, they would have to meet the Lannisters in a bottleneck, defending each foot of ground. That might cause horrific casualties on both sides. At that critical moment, a silver horn blast sounded from the road behind the Lannisters. For a heartbeat, no one understood its source. Then Ned glimpsed new banners emerging from the trees. Direwolf banners. His heart leapt. Robb's outriders? But how could they have arrived so soon? The confusion among the Lannister ranks was visible even from atop the wall. The momentum of their assault faltered as men turned to face the sudden threat. In the flickering light of scattered torches, Ned discerned the shapes of northern cavalry barreling into the Lannister rear, swords flashing. It was not a vast host, but enough to throw the attackers into disarray. Men shouted warnings, and the assault on the gate lost coordination. Arrows from the city walls rained down. The combined pressure from front and rear threatened to envelop the Lannister force. Sensing the tide turning, Ned bellowed to the defenders, "Press them now." Archers and crossbowmen unleashed another barrage, while city gates opened just a crack to let out a wedge of mounted knights, who slammed into the wavering Lannisters outside. The sound of steel on steel resonated across the night. In minutes, the assault became a rout, with many Lannister soldiers attempting to flee. Some dropped their weapons, others fought on desperately until cut down. Jaime Lannister himself was sighted near the center, sword flashing bright, rallying a cluster of loyal knights. Yet between the city's defenders and the northern cavalry, his position was untenable. The watchers on the walls witnessed him break away, slashing through a ring of foes and gallop into the darkness with a handful of retainers. The city, it seemed, would not fall tonight. Ned ordered the pursuit only as far as caution allowed. The night was thick with potential ambushes. Still, it was clear that Jaime's bold plan had failed. Whether he had intended to breach the gate or slip men in by stealth, the arrival of northern reinforcements shattered his designs. Dawn found the battlefield littered with bodies and broken siege implements. Smoke drifted over the road and crows circled overhead. Exhausted defenders slumped against the walls, though cheers erupted whenever they recognized their own friends among the survivors. At the first flush of daylight, Ned left the city under armed guard to survey the field. He found the northern riders gathered among the debris of battle. Their commander greeted Ned with a respectful bow. "My lord, we came as swiftly as we could." Lord Robb had word from local scouts that Jaime planned a direct strike. "We marched through the night." Ned clasped the man's forearm, gratitude evident in his features. "You arrived at the perfect moment. Without you, the gate might have fallen." The knight only nodded, accepting the acknowledgement. Nearby, wounded men moaned as others applied bandages. Gold cloaks sorted through the Lannister dead, stripping arms and armor. Of Jaime himself, there was no sign, though rumors persisted that he had fled west with a few riders, cursing fortune and the Starks all the way. Renly appeared, muddy and streaked with soot, followed by knights in green cloaks. He looked relieved but also pensive. "We've won another victory together, Lord Stark," he remarked. "The Lannisters scurry away like rats. Yet I wonder how many more times we must defend the city before it shatters." Ned nodded grimly. "A question I share, my lord. We must take advantage of Jaime's defeat. This is the second time the city has been threatened and saved." Renly rubbed his chin. "Perhaps the West will see reason now that Tywin's boldest plan failed. But I wouldn't rely on their humility." They walked through the remnants of the battlefield, stepping around broken pikes and fallen horses. The air smelled of blood and ash. Above, gulls wheeled, drawn by the scent of death. Ned's stomach churned at the thought of yet another tally of the slain. Still, the knowledge that King's Landing stood firm gave him hope that the worst might be behind them. If the realm could see that House Stark, allied for the moment with the Baratheon and Tyrell forces, had repelled both Stannis and Jaime Lannister, perhaps fewer would challenge them. Or so he dared to wish. That afternoon, word spread across the city. Jaime had failed, scattering what remained of his men. Some were captured and marched through the streets in chains. The sight of them hardened the small folk. Men tossed rotten fruit and called curses as the battered Lannisters trudged by. A few gold cloaks had to restrain the angriest mobs. Eddard Stark did not take pleasure in parades of prisoners, but he recognized the morale boost it gave to a people besieged by fear. Still, the deeper question remained, where would the Kingslayer go next? What vengeance would the Lannisters plot? For now at least, King's Landing held. Ned took a moment to see his daughters, to reassure them that the danger had passed. Sansa wept at the news of so many dead but was relieved Arya had remained safely within the keep. Arya fidgeted, upset she had not been allowed to see any part of the fighting. Ned gently reminded her that war was no spectacle, that real blood left scars on the land and the soul. She looked unconvinced but did not press the point. Catelyn, meanwhile, embraced Ned fiercely, her face torn by worry and relief. "I feared the gates would fall," she admitted, voice trembling. "Thank the gods those riders came." Ned nodded, returning her embrace. "We owe Robb's men a debt. This war is a tapestry of near disasters and last-moment salvations." In the days that followed, repairs to the gate and walls proceeded at frantic pace, though the gloom of approaching winter cast a pall over everything. Food stockpiles were replenished with relief shipments from the Reach, courtesy of Renly's partial alliance. Ships bearing grain and provisions arrived at the docks, escorted by Tyrell war galleys. Ned found himself ironically thankful for Renly's presence, which had helped keep King's Landing from starving. But every kindness also deepened the sense that Renly expected to be rewarded. In the middle of this uneasy calm, a messenger from Dragonstone finally arrived, bearing Stannis' sigil. He delivered a sealed parchment to Ned. The words were brief and terse. Stannis had not forgotten the matter of the Iron Throne, nor Ned's role in usurping the rightful claim. He demanded Ned's immediate renunciation in favor of the eldest Baratheon brother. Otherwise, Stannis vowed to return and take King's Landing by force, no matter how many defenders stood behind its walls. That vow chilled Ned's blood. He had seen the fanatical loyalty Stannis' men could show and the powers of that Red Priestess. Yet after fighting off both Lannisters and the first siege by Stannis, Ned had little appetite for fresh conflict. He called a small council meeting. Renly attended, arching an eyebrow at the news. So my gracious brother still seeks his throne. The fact that you have repelled the Lannisters twice does not sway him. Ned shook his head. It seems not. He deems me a usurper, same as the Lannisters do, albeit for different reasons. Renly's gaze hardened. Well, I say we strike first. March the combined might of the Reach, the Stormlands, and your northern men to Dragonstone, capture him before he can land. Let him face me in open battle. He will see who the realm prefers. Ser Barristan, standing nearby, coughed lightly. My lord, attacking Dragonstone is no simple endeavor. Its fortress is strong, the seas around it treacherous. And you risk drawing your armies away from Kingsell. Ending when the Lannisters are still in the field. A hush fell as each man realized the precarious truth. Ned exhaled slowly. We are beset on all sides. If we strike at Stannis, we leave the city vulnerable to a renewed Lannister offensive, or to those we have not considered, like House Greyjoy or others who might exploit the chaos. If we remain behind the walls, Stannis may gather strength. If we do nothing, the realm bleeds from 1,000 cuts. Renly drummed his fingers on the table. Then perhaps it is time we force a final resolution. Tywin is in your dungeon. Jaime's forces are scattered, and Joffrey is no true king. If I declare myself openly in King's Landing, with your support, we can summon a great council of lords to affirm that Stannis is unfit. Then, any who oppose me or you or however we arrange it can be named traitor. Ned regarded him levelly. You speak of forging a new monarchy by decree, yet men will ask why you and not Stannis. Or why not me, if I hold the city? Renly's mouth set in a thin line. Then name me your heir or let the realm choose in a council. But let us be done with dithering. Enough men have died. Ned heard the frustration in Renly's voice, echoing a frustration he too felt. Yet something in him balked at simply handing over the throne. He recalled Robert's words about inheritance, the letter from Stannis, the demands of the realm's laws. He also thought of Stannis' zeal, how that might clash with a realm already battered by war. There was no easy answer. We will consider all courses, Ned finally said. For now, we must secure the city and attempt to reopen lines of communication with Stannis. I will not unleash yet another war without exploring every chance for peace. If it fails, then so be it. Renly frowned but grudgingly agreed. The council broke up with no final decision reached. Ned remained behind, massaging his temples. He had never felt so trapped. The wheel of power had spun too fast, and he was pinned beneath it, every choice fraught with peril. If he put the realm's laws above everything, Stannis should be acknowledged. If he put the realm's stability first, maybe Renly was the better choice. Yet Ned had claimed the throne himself to shield the people from Lannister rule. One part of him yearned to cast aside the crown entirely, but he feared that would trigger a power vacuum. Above all, he remembered his vow not to let the realm descend into darkness. As he stood there, lost in thought, Varys stepped from the shadows, hands folded in his voluminous sleeves. A burdensome seat, is it not? The spymaster said softly. I have watched a dozen men break under its weight. Ned's voice was weary. I do not intend to be the next, but I admit I see no clear path. The city is saved from siege once more, but the wars do not end. Varys inclined his head. Such is the nature of power struggles, my lord. Yet, if I may offer a whisper of counsel, do not forget the small folk in all this. Their loyalty can be a shield or a sword. You have tried to show them mercy and justice. Continue to do so, and you will find allies in places you never expected. Ned gave a faint nod. I will keep that in mind, Master of Whisperers. Varys bowed almost theatrically and receded as silently as he came, leaving Ned to his private turmoil. Outside, the city continued its routine. Blacksmiths hammered to repair damaged armor, bakers kneaded dough for bread lines, children ran through the alleys chasing stray dogs, men in taverns argued about which king was the rightful one. Life went on, precarious yet determined, while lords and knights conspired in towers to shape the fate of Westeros. As winter's chill deepened, Ned organized fresh patrols around the city, building small outposts to guard the roads. Tywin remained imprisoned, still refusing to yield. Rumors persisted that Jaime was gathering any leftover Lannister loyalists in the west, possibly uniting with Cersei and Joffrey. Occasionally, ravens arrived from the scattered houses of the realm, each with its own complaint or demand. The Vale remained quiet, though some said Littlefinger negotiated behind closed doors. The North held under Robb's stewardship, stable enough for the moment. The Riverlands endured slow rebuilding under Tully rule. Dorne and the Iron Islands watched, calculating their advantage. One evening, Ned met with Catelyn in their chambers, both of them longing for the simpler days of Winterfell. He sat by a window, the flicker of candlelight playing across his features while she prepared a poultice for a small cut on his arm. Outside, the wind howled faintly. She sighed. It seems all the realm stands balanced on a knife's edge. If Stannis attacks, we face another siege. If Jaime rallies, the West could surge again. If Renly turns on us or demands the throne at sore point, can we resist him? How do we hold this together, Ned? He winced as she pressed the poultice to his arm. One day at a time, he said quietly. We push for alliances, we show fairness, and we pray the gods favor us. He let out a shaky breath. I question whether I was right to claim the throne. Yet Joffrey and the Lannisters would have killed us all. Stannis might not have shown mercy. Renly might have caused a civil war on his own. Perhaps no path existed without bloodshed. Catelyn finished securing the bandage. We must believe your choice gave the realm its best chance. You have saved many lives by preventing the city from falling to either Lannister cruelty or Stannis' fire. Yes, many have died, but countless more would have had you not stood firm. Ned closed his eyes, letting her words soak in. I only hope that someday the Seven Kingdoms will know peace again. I do not seek to rule them forever, only to guide them through this darkness. They exchanged a tender look, a momentary refuge from the unrelenting demands of kingship. Whatever future lay ahead, they faced it together. And for a time, the flickering glow of the candle seemed to chase away the shadows that had gathered over Westeros, offering a small, precious warmth in a land besieged by war. Yet outside that window, the city's streets carried rumors of new challenges. From the Stormlands to the stony coasts of the Vale, from the deserts of Dorne to the icy north, the storms of ambition, vengeance, and fate were far from spent. Eddard Stark, the reluctant king, could only prepare for the next trial, hoping his honor would guide him and that the realm would survive the wrath of those who deemed him an interloper. Winter was coming, and if the realm did not unify soon, the snows would bury more than just the fields. They would bury the fragile hopes of 1,000 families who yearned to see their children grow up in a land free of constant fear. And so King Eddard, for all his reluctance, would continue to stand against the rising tide, forging a path by the light of honor in a world too often ruled by steel and shadow. Winter's chill deepened over King's Landing in the days and weeks after Jaime Lannister's failed assault. The surviving Lannister men, a ragged handful, had either disappeared into the countryside or faced capture. The small folk, weary but also braced by the latest victory, dared to hope that the worst threats had passed. Yet inside the Red Keep, Eddard Stark, King Eddard, however reluctantly, felt far from at peace. War's embers still glowed everywhere in the realm. The West simmered with discontent at Tywin's imprisonment. Stannis remained poised on Dragonstone with his Red Priestess, and Renly Baratheon held the key to a vast southern alliance that might turn on a heartbeat if he did not gain what he wanted. Ned walked the corridors each morning with a measured step, receiving news both good and dire, never knowing which outrider or raven might deliver the spark that lit fresh chaos. Even so, for a little while, King's Landing enjoyed an uneasy calm. The city's inhabitants resumed their daily lives with a hint of optimism. Markets opened, albeit guarded by gold cloaks on alert for signs of sabotage. Fishermen once again plied the waters of Blackwater Bay, bringing back skiffs of oily black fish that sold quickly in the hungry capital. Taverns refilled with tired soldiers swapping tales of the night they had withstood the Kingslayer. He came on a black horse breathing fire, some men boasted. But the North rode in to break him. The stories grew in the telling, giving shape to a legend that might one day rival the songs of Robert's rebellion. Ned heard those rumors, though he rarely indulged them. Each morning, he woke before dawn, meeting with Ser Barristan Selmy, Varys, and other close counselors to review the city's defenses. He never forgot that the same gates which had turned aside Jaime once could well be tested again by Stannis or, gods forbid, by the West if they rallied under a new banner. Tywin Lannister, unbroken in spirit, remained in the dungeons. On 3 occasions, Ned ordered him questioned. Tywin's replies never varied. He denied Ned's right to rule, insisted Joffrey was the lawful king, or else Stannis, if one chose to believe the lies about Cersei's incest. Ned found the man's stubborn pride both maddening and grimly admirable. Of all the realm's lords, Tywin alone could face utter defeat and still seemed to stare down the world as though it was his to command. There was talk of a formal trial, but Ned feared it would be a farce if the main witness, Jaime, remained at large. Having a trial by combat risked further turmoil. Tyrion Lannister's name arose. Where was he, the imp? Word filtered in that he might be traveling the Riverlands or the Vale, or possibly hiding in Lannisport. Without him, many knights of the realm suspected that no safe resolution would be reached. A rumor even suggested that House Martell had sheltered Tyrion after making a deal with him, but Varys had no confirmation. In any case, the question of Tywin's fate loomed, a constant spur digging into the city's side. Meanwhile, attempts at negotiation continued. Letters went out, ravens bearing Ned's seal. He wrote to Stannis more than once, urging him to come to a meeting where they might settle the question of the throne without more bloodshed. He wrote to lords in the Westerlands, offering to return Tywin for a peace treaty. He wrote to the Vale, to Lysa Arryn, seeking clarity on whether the Knights of the Eyrie would stand with the rest of the realm or keep to their mountain fastness. The replies were evasive or outright hostile. Some refused to entertain the idea of Ned as king. Others, suspicious of the entire capital, demanded hostages or other assurances. Ned found himself daily at his writing desk, pen in hand, forced to adopt the same cunning courtesy once so despised in King's Landing. Honor alone would not keep the realm from cracking apart. To the north, Robb Stark held the Riverlands in a cautious peace. Riverrun was secure, but many Lannister outriders roamed the edges of the region, harassing supply lines and retreating before any large force could catch them. Lord Walder Frey was as inscrutable as ever, cooperative one day, standoffish the next. The Blackfish patrolled the Trident with a band of determined riders, while Edmure Tully struggled with the aftermath of repeated battles. Sometimes Ned received encouraging letters from Robb, describing slow but steady success in rooting out the last Lannister raiders. Sometimes he heard pleas for more men, more coin, more grain. The king in the Red Keep had so little to give, with the capital itself under threat and winter creeping ever closer. Catelyn Stark did her best to maintain morale. She spent hours meeting with the wives of soldiers, hearing their fears and offering comfort. Though the city's southern climate remained milder than the north, the nights grew chill. Food lines still formed. Ned had ordered a rationing system to ensure no one starved. The small folk seemed to place more trust in a Stark on the throne than a Lannister or Targaryen. He's a good man, people whispered in the slums and byways of Flea Bottom. He keeps his word, and he's given us bread. Even so, rumors that Ned might bow to Renly or cede the city to Stannis circulated. Fear clung to every rumor, and men with hungry children tended to listen to whichever whisper promised the best chance of survival. In the midst of it all, Renly Baratheon maintained his camp just south of the city, near a stretch of open fields that had once held justs and fairs. His green and gold banners, mingled with Tyrell roses, fluttered in the stiff winter breeze. The Storm Lords and Reachmen under his banner took up a considerable presence. Any time Ned peered from a high tower toward that encampment, he saw the glint of steel, the glow of campfires, and the steady arrival of supplies from the fertile southern lands. Renly's men did not starve. They ate roasted fowl, fresh bread, and wine from the arbor. Even the small folk noticed that luxury. And some wondered whether Renly might one day turn that well-fed force against the city if Ned refused to crown him. Renly visited the Red Keep often, typically under a flag of courtesy. He and Ned would stand in the throne room or the council chamber, speaking politely while each measured the other's words. Tension simmered whenever talk turned to the question of the crown. Renly insisted that the realm would be better served under him than under Stannis. Ned recounted Stannis' rightful claim and how tradition demanded the eldest brother succeed. Renly argued that the lords would never love Stannis. Already, the Storm Lords and Tyrells had chosen him. So the discussion circled. Each recognized that the other was too vital an ally to cast aside, yet neither could yield. In the moments when they set aside politics, Ned almost liked Renly, who had Robert's charm in fleeting glimpses but was more cunning than Robert had ever been. Amid that delicate balance, Ned received a raven from Pike, seat of House Greyjoy. He hesitated to open the letter at first, recalling the bitterness of the Greyjoy rebellion years ago. When he did, the lines inside were terse. Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, made a veiled statement: "We watch the wars of the Greenlands from afar. The Ironborn will chart our own course. Let no man forget our old ways." The meaning was obvious enough. While the rest of Westeros tore itself apart, House Greyjoy might strike. Perhaps they would raid the northwestern coasts or declare independence anew. Ned had no means of sending a fleet to subdue them. The Royal Navy was but a fraction of what it had been, and with so many enemies stirring, few would spare ships for a punitive expedition. This was yet another sign that the tenuous unity of the realm was in grave peril. Concerned, Ned brought the matter to his small council. Present were Catelyn, Ser Barristan, Varys, a few knights who advised on military affairs, and, that day, Renly himself, invited because they needed his reaction. Ned read the letter aloud. Renly frowned. The Ironborn have always been troublesome, but do we have the ships to respond to them? If not, perhaps we ought to treat with Balon Greyjoy, by his neutrality with gold or privileges. Ser Barristan's expression hardened. Greyjoys grow bold when they smell blood. If we yield them special privileges, they will take it as a sign of weakness. Ned agreed. We cannot afford a war on yet another front, nor can we appear too weak. Our best hope might be to strike some deal that keeps them out of the conflict, at least for a time, or encourage them to raid Lannister coasts instead of the north, though that only shifts the suffering. Catelyn spoke quietly. If we anger the Ironborn, they might strike the north while Robb is in the Riverlands. Winterfell is guarded only by my younger sons and a small garrison. I fear for them if Balon chooses war. Renly listened, tapping a finger on the table. I have a fleet at my disposal, courtesy of the Reach, but I won't commit it unless I have assurances about the realm's future. If we defeat the Greyjoys, does that strengthen me or Stannis? Do you see how complicated this is? A hush fell. Ned grimaced. I see it all too well, and the more our enemies sense these fractures, the more they will exploit them. He paused, drawing a breath. Let us focus for now on the threat closest at hand. We must remain vigilant for any renewed Lannister offensive or a move by Stannis while we keep a wary eye on Pike. If Balon sends raiders, we will have to respond swiftly. Renly gave a gracious nod, though he wore a knowing look that suggested he might hold Ned to that focus if it ever conflicted with his own ambitions. The council ended without resolution, as so many councils did in those days, leaving Ned with a heavier load on his shoulders. Yet he pressed on, determined not to let every rumor of war paralyze the city's administration. More bread was baked, more taxes collected, with as light a hand as possible, more knights assigned to patrol roads leading into the Crownlands. Through winter's gloom, King's Landing held together. One afternoon, the city found momentary distraction when a troop of mummers arrived, promising entertainment. They set up near the mud gate, staging comedic farces that lightly mocked every king who had risen since Robert's death. Stannis, Renly, even Ned himself. Some gold cloaks wanted to chase them away for treason, but Ned shook his head. If we cannot laugh at the follies of kings, we have lost our humanity, he said. So the mummers performed, drawing laughter and coins from crowds hungry for a respite. Ned found no time to watch, but he heard that one of the mummer girls imitated a tall, grim-faced northerner who spent all day writing letters. People roared at her solemn pantomime. It might have bruised Ned's dignity had he known, but it also endeared him further to the small folk, for their reluctant king let them jest without retribution. In those same days, Ned attended to fatherly matters. Sansa and Arya were growing restless. The war had stolen much of their youth, forcing them to remain cooped in a fortress under guard. Sansa listened to the ladies of the court, those who remained in the city or who had flocked to Ned's banner, and learned the intricate steps of southern dances, though her heart often wasn't in it. She asked once if Joffrey was truly a bastard and the child of incest, still struggling to reconcile the boy she had once admired with these revelations. Arya, on the other hand, spent her free time practicing swordplay with the Braavosi instructor Syrio Farrell, or sneaking around the Red Keep's nooks and crannies to avoid lessons in embroidery. More than once, Ned had to remind her that the corridors were not safe from hidden dangers, and the trauma of nearly losing her in the past still gnawed at him. Yet Arya had a spirit that refused to be caged. Catelyn urged Ned to send the girls north, but he hesitated. The roads were dangerous, and the sea route even more so, with rumors of pirates or sell-sail vessels under Lannister coin. At least within the Red Keep, he could watch over them. So they stayed, hostages to the throne Ned had never sought to occupy. Meanwhile, news arrived at last from Dragonstone. Stannis Baratheon had penned a missive in his own hand, responding to Ned's requests for a meeting. The letter was delivered by a pale man wearing the sigil of the Fiery Heart. He bowed stiffly, ignoring the uneasy looks from the gold cloaks who recalled Melisandre's rumored sorcery. Ned broke the seal in the presence of Ser Barristan and Catelyn. The content was blunt. Stannis refused to come to King's Landing unless Ned renounced his crown fully, recognized Stannis as the one true king, and rendered Tywin Lannister for execution on charges of treason. Otherwise, Stannis threatened to sail as soon as the weather permitted, accompanied by the righteous flame of Lawler. Ned reread the words, feeling an ache in his chest. He remembered how he had once believed naming Stannis was the best path, how he had hesitated because he feared for his daughter's lives in the face of Lannister wrath. Now, ironically, he and Stannis stood on opposite sides of a canyon, each suspicious of the other's claim. With a sigh, he composed a reply that urged caution. He stated he would not kneel without further dialogue. He asked for a neutral meeting place, perhaps half a day's sail north of Dragonstone, with each side bringing only a limited guard. He sealed the letter, uncertain if Stannis would see reason or if the Red Woman would fill his head with talk of prophecy and shadowy vengeance. After the messenger departed, Catelyn said softly, "Stannis cannot be swayed by half measures. You know his nature as well as I do." Ned grimaced. "He sees everything in black and white. He might interpret my refusal to yield as proof of treachery. Yet I must still try. Thousands have died already. Another war on the city's walls could devour thousands more." Thus, the cycle continued, negotiations, threats, pleas, refusals. Winter nights lengthened, pressing gloom upon the capital. Still, life went on. The handful of petty lords who remained in King's Landing jockeyed for influence. Some flattered Ned with talk of how the North's honor might save the realm, others hedged bets, sending secret missives to Renly or the Westerlands. Ned knew he walked among hidden vipers. Only Ser Barristan's unwavering loyalty and the caution of his northern men gave him some measure of confidence. As for Varys, the spider glided along the corridors, offering tidbits of intelligence but never revealing his full hand. "I serve the realm," he would say, but whose realm was it truly? One cold dawn, the city woke to horns blaring from the gates. Ned, alarmed, dressed hastily and rushed out expecting an attack. Instead, he discovered a caravan of riders bearing the sun and spear of House Martell. At their head, a tall figure in gleaming armor raised a banner as they approached the city. Ned ordered the gates opened. Once inside, the riders announced they came under a banner of peace from Dorne. Their leader introduced himself as Ser Arian Jourdain, a distant cousin to House Martell, bearing letters from Prince Doran Martell. Ned received them in the throne room. Ser Arian bowed politely, though his expression remained cool. "My Lord Stark," he said, carefully avoiding the word king. "My prince sends greetings and seeks to learn more of the current state of governance in King's Landing. House Martell has not forgotten the tragedies inflicted upon our family during the reign of King Aerys and the subsequent war. Yet we would know your intentions before we choose a side." Ned understood the subtext. Dorne was testing the waters, deciding whether to ally with or against him. The memory of Elia Martell, Rhaegar's wife, haunted the politics of Dorne, as did the brutal manner in which the Lannisters had sacked King's Landing during Robert's rebellion. Ned offered them courtesy, speaking of his hopes for a stable realm, the illegitimacy of Joffrey, and the threat posed by Stannis or the Lannisters if no arrangement could be found. He was candid about Tywin's imprisonment, insisting that Lord Tywin would be held accountable for any crimes tied to the murder of Princess Elia and her children. Ser Arian listened, face unreadable, then nodded and said Doran Martell would be informed. As for whether Dorne would declare for Ned, for Renly, for Stannis, or remain aloof, no promise was made. Still, the presence of Dornish envoys in King's Landing stirred both hope and anxiety. Renly gave them a lavish welcome in his own camp, but they did not stay among the Tyrell tents for long. Over the following days, they wandered the city's streets, observing. Ned suspected they took note of how the small folk regarded the Northern King, how the defenses were arranged, and whether Ned's rule seemed strong or brittle. He bristled at the notion of being inspected like a piece of meat at market, but it was part of the game. Dorne held resources and might. If Doran Martell decided to back Ned's cause, it could shift the entire war. Matters of war aside, the city soon faced another pressing challenge, a slow-rolling plague that crept through the poorer districts. It began with a handful of fevers, but as winter dampness seeped into ramshackle hovels, more fell ill. Some died in the streets before the city watch realized the gravity. Panic swelled in Flea Bottom and the Hook, where families crammed into tight quarters. Men blamed the war, the gods, or the rumored witchcraft of the Red Woman across the bay. Though the plague was not as virulent as the Great Spring Sickness of old, it spread quickly enough to alarm the gold cloaks and the masters of coin. Ned, upon hearing the news, ordered the construction of new infirmaries and had Maester Pycelle, still in King's Landing, though his loyalty was questionable, instruct novices to treat the sick. When Renly heard of the plague, he offered healers from Highgarden. "I'll show mercy to the city," he told Ned. "For the good of the people." Ned welcomed the aid with gratitude, though he could not help but note that each new batch of southern healers arrived with as many swordsmen as nurses. In the Red Keep itself, the plague scarcely touched the Highborn, thanks to thick walls and better sanitation, but Ned took no chances with his own family's health. He insisted that Sansa and Arya avoid any crowded gatherings, that they keep their hands clean with rosemary water. Arya chafed at the restrictions, but Sansa quietly complied. While the city grappled with sickness, Ned's scouts reported that Jaime Lannister had fallen back to the Westerlands. Though King's Landing was safe for the moment from a direct Lannister attack, the Goldcloaks faced occasional raids in outlying areas. Robb's letters from the Riverlands suggested he would soon attempt to push further west, hoping to pressure Lannister bannermen into surrender. "The war must end," Robb wrote. "If we can break their power at the source, they will have no choice but to accept terms." Ned read those words with mingled pride and concern. His son, not yet of full age, was leading armies. Each victory risked exposing him to traps. Each defeat risked unraveling everything Ned had built. Yet maybe pressing the west was the surest way to end the conflict. Tywin's capture had not forced them to kneel, but if the west itself was threatened, would Lannisport or Casterly Rock yield? Ned mulled it over as he paced his solar late one night, the lantern light casting his shadow on the walls. Perhaps the realm required a decisive blow. But that approach felt too much like Tywin's own brand of warfare. Ned had never relished conquest. Even so, he recognized that half measures might only prolong the bloodshed. The following week brought a brittle hush to King's Landing, as though the city itself were catching its breath. Men coughed in the slums, healers carried away the dead, and any soldier with sense kept a watchful eye on the gates. Catelyn tried to ease the burden on Ned's shoulders, but her presence was equally weighed by worry for her children scattered about. Bran and Rickon in the north, Robb in the field, Sansa and Arya in this nest of vipers. Each day she wrote letters to them or prayed in the sept for their safety. Ned found small moments of respite in the godwood, kneeling by the thin weirwood that grew in the courtyard. Though it lacked the grandeur of the North's ancient heart trees, he found solace in the rustle of leaves, imagining the old gods still watched. Then, without warning, a new rumor roiled the city. Stannis Baratheon had left Dragonstone at last. Scouts from the Narrow Sea insisted his fleet was on the move, though the winter storms that battered the bay might slow him. Some predicted he would land near Massey's Hook again, others guessed Cracklaw Point. Nobody was certain. Renly bristled. "My brother is as relentless as a starving dog," he told Ned. "He will seize any chance to show his claim is lawful by right. Are we prepared for another siege?" Ned had no good answer. The walls were stronger than before, the Goldcloaks somewhat more disciplined, but the city was weakened by plague and exhaustion. The Tyrells under Renly were a bulwark, but if Stannis arrived in force, brandishing his Red God's zeal, who could say how many lords might desert or how many men might panic at the sight of shadowy sorcery? Nonetheless, Ned ordered vigilance. He prepared more supplies within the city and directed that watchtowers along the coast remain lit. If Stannis came, they would see him in time. Days dragged. Ravens flew out to track sightings of sails. Meanwhile, Dorne's envoys concluded their quiet observations and left, promising to bear Prince Doran a comprehensive understanding of King Eddard's rule. Ned tried not to dwell on what they might report. The Moorish gloom of King's Landing in winter was hardly a flattering stage for his kingship. The city felt suspended between fear of new war and the faint hope that, perhaps, the realm might unify in the face of common enemies. Amid that tension, the plague began to recede, small mercy that it was. Fewer died each day. Renly's healers and the maesters had managed to contain the worst of it. Though hundreds perished, it did not become a catastrophe on the scale of historical plagues. By the time the mists of early morning rose from the Blackwater, the city's mood improved fractionally, as if it dared to believe in a future that was not solely shaped by swords. Ned allowed himself a breath of gratitude. If the gods had inflicted a heavier sickness, the city might have collapsed. No sooner had that threat ebbed, however, than a raven arrived from the Stormlands. It carried a seal that Ned recognized, the sigil of House Penrose, who held keep over a region near Storm's End. The letter reported that Stannis' ships had indeed landed along the coast, capturing a handful of minor coastal towns. Local lords who resisted were swiftly overrun. In each place, red priests erected flaming statues or burned old gods' idols, proclaiming Stannis the Lord's chosen. Rumors circulated that the men who refused to bend the knee were handed over for a cleansing by fire. Ned clenched his jaw as he read that line. Had Stannis truly gone that far under Melisandre's influence? He wasted no time. Summoning Renly, he shared the letter's contents. Renly's eyes flashed. "So it begins," he muttered. "Stannis has thrown the gauntlet. He means to push inland, perhaps even see Storm's End if it remains lightly garrisoned. Then he'll circle northward to King's Landing." Ned recognized the severity. Storm's End was vital. If Stannis gained that fortress, he would have a secure base of operations. "What is your garrison strength there?" Renly gritted his teeth. "I left a modest force behind, loyal men, but not enough to repel a determined assault. I had hoped Stannis would not dare challenge me for the seat of our house. But he is stubborn enough to do it if he thinks it is his by right." Ned nodded slowly. "Then we must respond. Either you ride south to defend your seat, or we risk Stannis taking it unopposed. If that happens, he might gather support from the Storm Lords who still respect his seniority." Renly eyed him. "Yes, or you could march with me, show the realm you stand with the Baratheon who truly cares for their favor." The words carried a clear subtext. An alliance sealed by mutual victory. Ned frowned. "I cannot leave King's Landing undefended when the Lannisters remain in the field and Tywin is our prisoner. Your men are better suited to move quickly. I can supply some loyal knights to bolster you, but a large portion must remain here to hold the city." Renly exhaled. "I would prefer your entire support, but if your men are half what I've seen, any addition is welcome." "Very well. I will gather my banners and march south before Stannis can entrench himself. If I catch him in the field, I may break him once and for all." A flicker of doubt crept across Ned's thoughts. Stannis was formidable and the Red Priestess's rumored powers frightened even seasoned knights. Could Renly truly best him? Or would the realm simply suffer another massive battle, more blood spilled, more fragmentation? Yet what else could be done? Letting Stannis roam unchecked would doom King's Landing eventually, and Ned still had no illusions that Stannis would accept a compromise. The moment demanded a decision. "Go, then," Ned said, "and I will pray the gods grant you victory." They parted with a formal handshake, each man aware that the future might hinge on the coming clash. Within days, Renly's banners were uprooted from the fields south of the city, replaced by churned mud and trampled grass. Carts, wagons, and supply lines followed, streaming out of King's Landing. A small group of northern knights joined them, bearing Ned's banner to signal cooperation. Sansa and Arya watched from the battlements as the host rolled away, a river of steel and color. People in the streets stared as well, uncertain whether to cheer or cower. Some openly questioned, "If Renly leaves, who will protect us from the Lannisters? Will King Eddard stand alone?" Others took heart that the city might at last be free of the uneasy presence of an ambitious Baratheon. For a time, King's Landing felt almost hollow, as though half of its defenders had vanished. The Gold Cloaks tried to maintain order, with Ned rotating them among the gates, the docks, and the Red Keep. He personally inspected watch posts. Everywhere he looked, men wore anxious faces, fearful that the Lannisters might exploit the opportunity or that Stannis might slip around Renly and come for the city. Rumor traveled fast, and not all of it was accurate. Some said the Red Woman commanded an army of shadow creatures, that she could snuff out a life from miles away. Others insisted Stannis had allies among the lords inside King's Landing, waiting to open gates from within. Amid those rumors, Tywin Lannister, still caged below the Red Keep, seemed to sense the city's vulnerability. Each time Ned descended to speak with him, the older man's gaze was keen, as if he could smell a weakening foe. He made no overt threats, but his barbed remarks suggested that the West might soon rise under Jaime or another champion, determined to free its lord and punish King Eddard's arrogance. Ned, though frustrated, kept calm. "Your fate rests on your bannermen's willingness to see reason," he said once. Tywin only snorted. "They will never yield to a man who casts aside the rightful line of succession. Kill me or release me, Stark. This limbo accomplishes naught." The conversation ended the same way it always did, with Ned walking out in grim silence, feeling that he'd gained nothing. Messages from Renly arrived sporadically, carried by riders who took the Rose Road. The Tyrells had joined him with fresh cavalry and they advanced swiftly toward Storm's End. One letter brought tidings that Stannis had indeed besieged Storm's End, but the fortress had not yet fallen. Skirmishes erupted in the surrounding countryside. Local lords either fled or bent the knee to Stannis, claiming he was Robert's rightful heir. Renly was incensed, vowing to bring them back to heel. Ned read these letters by candlelight, pondering whether this confrontation would shape the entire realm's destiny. If Stannis defeated Renly, the city might be next. If Renly broke Stannis, he might return triumphant and press Ned to kneel or face his combined might. One chilly midnight, Ned found himself unable to sleep. Wandering the Red Keep, he ended up in the throne room. A pair of guards stood by the main doors. They let him pass, though they traded uncertain looks. Ned paced across the cavernous space, footsteps echoing on the marble floor. The Iron Throne rose before him, its spines and edges catching the moonlight that filtered through high windows. He stared at it, recalling the day he had seized it not out of lust for power but to protect his daughters, to uproot Joffrey's lie, to keep the realm from Lannister tyranny. How many men had died because of that choice? He ran a calloused hand across a twisted arm of the throne, feeling the cold steel. How many lives are bound to these swords, he murmured. They were melted and fused ages ago by Aegon the Conqueror, hammered into a seat meant to inspire fear and awe. Robert had sat upon it carelessly. Joffrey had scarcely claimed it before Ned called his birth a lie. Now, Ned stood in the hush of night, haunted by ghosts of kings and the voices of the living who demanded he fix an entire kingdom's ills. Behind him, he heard the door open softly. He turned, half expecting Catelyn, but found Varys robed in soft slippers, hands tucked in his sleeves. The spider approached with a careful nod. "Quite a sight, is it not, my lord?" he asked in a hushed tone. "The seat of power that has bedeviled so many. Why does it never sleep?" Ned exhaled. "It does not rest, nor do the burdens that come with it. I wonder if there was any better path. If I had simply turned everything over to Stannis upon learning the truth about Joffrey." Varys's face twitched in a subtle smile. "Would Cersei have allowed you the time? She was on the cusp of moving against you when you confronted her. Perhaps your children would be lost by now. Or the Lannisters might have orchestrated your ruin another way. Fate is rarely so simple." Ned frowned. "Perhaps you're right, yet thousands have died. And we are no closer to unity." Varys spread his soft hands. "Peace rarely emerges from a single act. It is carved out piece by piece, often at great cost. You have, at the least, held King's Landing from descending fully into chaos. You have kept many small folk safer than they might have been under Joffrey's or Cersei's tyranny. Does that not count for something?" Weariness tugged at Ned. "It does, but the realm's fractures remain. Stannis, Renly, Greyjoy threats, Lannister fury, and winter on the wind. Is there an end?" Varys tilted his head. "Nothing lasts forever, not war, not peace, not even winter. In the Game of Thrones, men can only do their utmost. Some choose cunning, others brute force, still others cling to honor. You, my lord, have chosen to protect. Let that guide you. History's pages will spin on. Perhaps, in time, your name will be the measure of a good king." Ned studied him. "And what do you choose, Master of Whisperers? Cunning or honor?" A faint chuckle escaped Varys's lips. "I choose the realm, as I have often said. But the realm is a tapestry made of many threads. Sometimes I tug them, sometimes I weave them together. I suspect you do something similar, though your knots are more honest. In any case, I serve as best I can." He bowed. "If you ever need my aid in a more direct manner, you have only to ask. But you know how it is, the best moves in the shadows are seldom praised in the light." With that cryptic remark, Varys drifted away, leaving Ned to the gloom of the throne room once more. He stayed a while longer, letting the hush seep into his bones, then left for his bedchamber. He found Catelyn asleep, expression lined with worry even in slumber. Gently, he set a hand on her brow, murmuring a prayer for the dawn. When the dawn did come, it brought a fresh flurry of ravens. Most concerned local matters, small uprisings, or petty quarrels among lesser houses. But one letter, bearing the sigil of House Tarly, commanded attention. Randyll Tarly, a formidable Reach Lord who had long served under Mace Tyrell, wrote that Renly and Stannis had met in open battle not far from Storm's End. The engagement was fierce, but lacking the numbers to take the fortress swiftly, Stannis had chosen to confront Renly on the field. The letter was short on detail, but hinted that the result was inconclusive, casualties on both sides, no decisive rout. Mace Tyrell's forces had joined Renly to hold their ground, but Stannis regrouped with surprising tenacity. Storm's End remained partially surrounded. Tarly speculated that more fighting was imminent. Ned placed the letter down, dread coiling in his gut. Each clash between Renly and Stannis drained men from the realm, men who could have been used to fight off the Greyjoys or the Lannisters or any other threat. Worse, each drop of blood spilled made it more likely that the conflict would become truly irreparable. He closed his eyes, wishing there were a miracle that would bring the Baratheon brothers to the same table. If only Robert had left a clearer line of succession or fathered a legitimate heir. If only. But the reality was that thousands might die to satisfy their competing claims. Still, the news that the battle was not decisive meant King's Landing was spared an immediate onslaught from either brother. Time might allow Ned to reinforce the city or to see if Robb could force the Lannisters to bend. Perhaps that route offered the surest chance to quell the western threat, then intervene more actively in the Stormlands. Yet the possibility that Renly or Stannis might join forces with the Lannisters or that some cunning agreement could form haunted him. The wars had splintered the realm into overlapping factions, and each day new permutations seemed possible. In the following weeks, a sense of stalemate settled over Westeros. Stannis hammered at Storm's End while Renly resisted, drawing on Tyrell resources. The Lannisters regrouped in the west, shadowed by Robb Stark's forces who tested their defenses near the Golden Tooth. Dorne remained watchful, the Vale aloof, and the North anxious for news. In King's Landing, Ned continued to play the precarious role of caretaker king. He heard petitions, resolved disputes, and strove to keep the capital from fracturing beneath the weight of fear and rumor. Tywin Lannister languished in the dungeons. Sometimes Ned considered releasing him in exchange for a broad peace, but each time he hesitated, fearing that Tywin would return to the west and stoke war anew. One morning, Ned stood on the walls overlooking Blackwater Bay. The sky was iron gray, the sea choppy. Soldiers manned the ramparts, scanning for sails. A few gulls wheeled overhead, cawing. Below, the city bustled with routine commerce, though the crowds looked thinner than in past years. War had driven some to flee. Others had died or joined armies. Those who remained clung to any scraps of normalcy. Ned thought of them, the blacksmiths, the seamstresses, the mothers and children, the old men huddled around cook fires. All these souls relied on him to protect them not only from outside foes but from the city's own darkness. He turned at a soft footstep behind him. Arya stood there, hair windblown, gazing out with him. "You always look sad when you stare at the sea," she observed. He managed a gentle smile. "Am I so obvious?" She shrugged. "Sansa said you worry all the time, but it's worse when you come up on the walls. Because you're thinking about who might attack the city next, right?" He sighed, torn between honesty and the desire to spare her fear. "Something like that. The sea is both our friend and our enemy. It can bring food and trade, or it can bring armies." Arya's brow knitted. "I hate it. I hate that we're stuck here, that everyone wants to fight. Why can't they just let us go home?" Her voice trembled with frustration. Ned rested a hand on her shoulder. "I wish it were that simple. Home is far to the north and war is all around. One day, child, I promise we'll return to Winterfell." She looked at him, eyes bright with longing. "You promise?" He nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "Yes." They stood in silence for a while. Then she asked if she could train with Syrio in the yard. Ned gave permission, heart heavy. He watched her walk away, shoulders set with a determination that was at once admirable and heartbreaking. She was too young to bear such burdens. Yet this was the world they lived in. Stepping down from the walls, he resolved to keep forging a path, step by step. Even if the horizon looked bleak, even if the realm threatened to tear itself apart, he would not abandon his duty. Honor demanded he serve, no matter that he wore the crown with reluctance. If the gods were kind, maybe one day he could lay that burden down in favor of a rightful successor or watch as the lords chose another. But for now, the city needed a protector, not an abdicator. That very afternoon, a messenger from Robb arrived in a state of near collapse, covered in mud from a long ride. He bore urgent news. Robb had engaged a sizable Lannister force near Riverrun and won a key victory, taking several important prisoners. The letter proclaimed that the Riverlands might soon be fully secured if the West did not rally. Ned felt a flash of pride reading Robb's accounts of capturing Lannister banners, of forging alliances with grateful local lords. "He grows into a true leader," Ned murmured to Catelyn, who smiled through tears of mingled worry and relief. Yet in the same letter, Robb warned that Jaime was rumored to be in the field once more, raising men near Casterly Rock. Robb suspected another major battle might loom if he pressed toward Lannisport. For the next 2 days, Ned debated whether to send more men to aid Robb's push westward. He had a small reserve in King's Landing, loyal Northmen who had marched south originally. But each man he sent away left the city more vulnerable to a surprise strike by Stannis or possible infiltration by Lannister agents. Ser Barristan urged caution, reminding Ned that the capital was the symbolic heart of the realm. If the city fell, the war might end in a wave of slaughter. Ultimately, Ned decided to dispatch a modest contingent north by the King's Road, trusting them to link up with Robb's forces. It was a risk, but if they managed to help Robb score a decisive victory against the West, that might break Lannister power once and for all. No one in the Red Keep missed the irony of Ned fighting to subdue the Lannisters even as he kept Tywin locked away. The hopes of a negotiated peace with Tywin grew dimmer each day. On one occasion, Ned ventured into the dungeons with a final offer: pledge to recall your men, command them to lay down arms, and I will release you on the condition that you accept a reduced title, pay reparations to the Riverlands, and publicly acknowledge the illegitimacy of Joffrey. Tywin listened, expression carved from stone. Then he said, I would sooner watch the entire realm burn than kneel to your self-righteous notion of justice. That ended the discussion. Ned left with the echo of Tywin's voice crawling under his skin, reminding him that some men would never bend. Outside the dungeon, he passed by a cell that once held other highborn captives. For an instant, he thought of all the labyrinthine intrigues that had led him here: Littlefinger's betrayal, Cersei's maneuvering, Robert's untimely death, and all the secrets discovered by Jon Arryn. Jon's memory lingered in these halls like a ghost. Ned whispered a short vow to avenge the Old Hand's murder and to protect Robert's legacy, however twisted it had become. Before he climbed back into the light, he paused in the hallway, letting the torches cast dancing shadows on the cold stones. He realized that, despite everything, he still clung to a faint hope that the realm might heal. Perhaps if Robb triumphed in the West, if Renly somehow overthrew Stannis or forced him to yield, if Dorne or the Vale joined a great council, if the small folks longing for peace finally swayed the nobility, perhaps then they could find a workable arrangement. A single crown to mend the fractures. The layers of ifs and maybes weighed on him. But Ned Stark had always been stubborn in the face of storms. He would not abandon that trait now, not when so many lives hung in the balance. When he returned above ground, the winter sun was sliding toward the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of pale gold and gray. The wind off the bay stung his cheeks. He went to find Catelyn, who was in a solar with Sansa, reviewing embroidered cloth meant as a gift for whichever alliance might next be formed. Sansa blushed at his entrance, uncertain if her father cared about needlework, but he smiled kindly, admiring her craftsmanship. It's lovely, he said, and meant it. A fleeting domestic moment in the midst of chaos. Catelyn set aside the cloth, reading Ned's face with a practiced eye. More troubles? She asked quietly. He nodded, motioning for Sansa to take a short walk. When she was gone, he confided the failure of talks with Tywin, the uncertain pace of the war. Catelyn sighed. We do what we can, Ned. We stand by our children, we hold the city. The gods will guide us if we do not lose faith. He drew her close, grateful for her steady presence. Faith, he echoed, thinking of the Seps candles and the Weirwood's silent face. A rare coin these days, but we have no choice but to spend it. Night fell. Torches bloomed along the walls. The city's gates were barred, the watch set. Far across the realm, men marched and fought, lords schemed, and ravens flew with tidings of death or alliance. In King's Landing, Eddard Stark, crowned by necessity, carried on with an unwavering heart, locked in a contest for the soul of Westeros. If he faltered, if he allowed despair to take root, then men like Tywin or the zealots behind Stannis' Red Woman would seize the realm's future. So the days turned into weeks. Small steps were made. The roads near the city grew safer as a few outlaws joined or were chased off. Trade from the Reach trickled in, ensuring no famine took hold. The plague was slowly stamped out, leaving fewer new cases each morning. The small folk whispered that perhaps they might last the winter if the city stayed free of another siege. Some even dared call Ned Good King Stark, with an undercurrent of relief that Joffrey and his cruelty were far away. Ned accepted the title politely when he heard it, though it pricked his conscience each time. He was no true king, only a caretaker. Yet caretaker or not, the city needed a guardian. On a bone-cold morning, a raven bearing the sigil of House Tarth arrived, carrying a missive from Brienne. She had accompanied Renly south and now wrote to Ned, Lord Stannis' siege intensifies around Storm's End. Renly holds for now, but further bloodshed is inevitable unless a miracle occurs. Some speak of Parley, but Stannis is unmoved. Pray for the living, for the next dawn may bring despair. Ned read that letter in the privacy of the council chamber, hands trembling with frustration. Another major battle was imminent, and he could do nothing to stop it from the vantage of King's Landing. That afternoon, he convened a smaller group: Catelyn, Ser Barristan, a few trusted northern lords. They discussed the possibility of sending an envoy to Storm's End, one who might try to mediate between Renly and Stannis. Barristan was doubtful. They are too far gone in their quarrel. Stannis sees himself as rightful king, Renly sees himself as the beloved choice. A mediator might be dismissed or killed for meddling. Catelyn, however, remembered the old days of Robert's rebellion. The Baratheons can be proud, but they share blood. If anyone might sway them, it could be you, Ned, or someone they both respect. Yet the council agreed that Ned leaving King's Landing was too dangerous. If he rode south, the city might fall to a Lannister infiltration or an opportunistic strike by Greyjoys. In the end, Ned decided to send a northern lord with some standing, Wyman Manderly's youngest son, Wylis, who had proven a capable diplomat, and a pair of priests from the faith to lend weight to a peace mission. He armed them with letters from Ned, urging the Baratheons to set aside differences and attend a grand council in King's Landing where the fate of the realm might be resolved without further bloodshed. It was a desperate gambit, but better than watching two armies tear each other apart. The envoy departed amid frost-laden roads, carrying the Stark dire wolf upon their banner for safe passage. As days blurred, no word came back from the envoy, but fresh news arrived from the west. Robb's offensive near the Golden Tooth had stalled. Jaime Lannister had returned to the field in earnest, employing sharp tactics to blunt Robb's momentum. The two forces tested each other with raids, neither yet committing to a full-pitched battle. Each side seemed to wait for a sign of weakness. Ned felt his heart clench at the thought of Robb, so young, locked in this lethal dance. For his part, Tywin in the dungeon grew more silent. Perhaps word of Jaime's successes had reached his ears, giving him renewed patience. Late one evening, Catelyn found Ned in the Godwood, kneeling by the weirwood. The moon cast faint silvery beams across the still pool. She placed a cloak over his shoulders, gently. "You will catch a chill." He rose, turning to her. "I was praying for our children, for the realm. For something to break the cycle of war." She touched his arm. "I pray the same thing every day. But the gods move at their own pace." He let out a breath, visible in the cold air. "Yes. I only hope they hear us." They walked back to the Red Keep, hand in hand. For a moment, they drew comfort from each other's warmth, trying to forget the labyrinth of war that surrounded them. The next morning brought a shock. A battered rider reached the city gates at dawn, half-frozen, sporting a tabard stained with black and red blotches. The gold cloaks rushed him inside. He nearly collapsed in the courtyard, rasping out a name, Melisandre. Storm's End, shadows. Alarmed knights carried him to the maesters, who gave him warm blankets and wine. Ned hurried to the infirmary with Ser Barristan. The man coughed violently, eyes wild with terror. "Shadows in the night," he mumbled. "They killed, didn't matter how many guards, they just carved through them. Stannis has a demon on his side." Ned exchanged a grim look with Barristan. "Calm yourself," the old knight urged the messenger. "Tell us plainly, what news of Storm's End?" The messenger swallowed, trembling. "Dead," he whispered. "Most of Renly's top knights. Slaughtered in the dark. Some say a shadow shaped like a man, but not a man. It came from nowhere. Renly's lines broke. Many fled. Others were captured. The siege is all but won. Storm's End may have fallen by now or about to. I escaped in the chaos." He gazed at Ned, tears in his eyes. "They say the Red Woman can birth these shadows. It's not natural. Renly's men lost heart. The Tyrells retreated. They might be pulling back to Highgarden." A hush fell over the infirmary. Ned felt a cold sickness twist in his gut. If Renly had been killed or forced to flee, that left Stannis unopposed in the Stormlands. The Tyrells might sever their alliance or regroup, but the immediate effect was that Stannis would soon command Storm's End. And if those tales of shadow assassins were true, how could anyone stand against that kind of horror? He stared at the messenger, who collapsed into weak sobs, repeating "shadows, shadows," as if haunted by a nightmare. Barristan's face looked grim. "We fought armies of men, my lord, but how do we fight living shadows?" Ned gripped the man's shoulder. "We must verify the story. But I fear it may be true. Melisandre's powers are no mere trick. The men who fought at the city walls saw flickers of something unnatural. If Renly is lost, the realm stands on the brink of a new calamity." That day, the story spread through King's Landing like wildfire. Rumors that Renly Baratheon had died, some said assassinated by his own brother, others insisted it was black magic, stoked panic. The Tyrell camp was gone, marched south. People realized that the capital's greatest ally had effectively collapsed overnight. The gold cloaks muttered fearfully. Knights spoke of unstoppable sorcery. Some suggested opening the gates to Stannis, for who could defy a man favored by the Lord of Light? Others insisted that Ned was the only shield they had, that they must stand fast. Amid this furor, Ned clung to composure. He convened the small council in the throne room, bringing in every major figure still present, from Varys to Maester Pycelle, who tottered nervously, to the loyal northern lords. He relayed what little they knew. Stannis had effectively crippled Renly, capturing Storm's End or soon to do so, harnessing some dark power. The question now was straightforward and terrible. Would Stannis march north at once to claim King's Landing? No one doubted that possibility. The city's defenses were somewhat stronger than they'd been during the first siege, but with the Tyrell host gone, they lacked an overwhelming force to repel Stannis. Even if the Gold Cloaks fought bravely, the memory of shadows on the battlefield ate at their courage. Some suggested using wildfire, the Mad King's old weapon, if Stannis attacked. Ned flatly refused, recalling how such flames had nearly destroyed the city in an earlier time. "We are not the Mad King," he said. "I won't burn innocent lives. We must rely on steel and vigilance." But in his heart, he wondered if steel could stop sorcery. Others at the council proposed sending envoys to Stannis, maybe offering to surrender Tywin Lannister as a show of good faith. Ned felt a wave of disgust. If we yield that easily, the realm gains nothing. Stannis shows no mercy to traitors, real or imagined. We cannot trust him to spare the city or my family if he believes he has absolute right. And what becomes of the North or the Riverlands or the men who died for us? So they debated into the night. No solution emerged. They posted more guards and braced for the possibility that Stannis would appear at the gates soon, accompanied by both mortal soldiers and monstrous shadows. The city's mood plummeted. Some small folk tried to flee, though to where was unclear. Bandits lurked on the roads, and winter pressed in. Others hoarded grain or hid in cellars. Whispers abounded that the Red Woman would bring a fiery doom. Ned found himself writing letters to Robb, urging him to push quickly west, end the Lannister threat, and then come south. That might be the only hope to present Stannis with a united front. If we can show Stannis that the realm stands behind us, maybe he will compromise, Ned told Catelyn, though he felt the hollowness of his own words. She sat at his side, eyes reflecting fear. What if he truly deals in dark magic, Ned? How does one bargain with such power? He had no answer. Instead, he drafted letter after letter. Some went to the Vale, some to Dorne, some to the Riverlands. He invoked the ancient unity of the realm, the need to stand against unnatural forces. He wrote to the High Septon, asking for a condemnation of blood sorcery, anything that might rally lords who balked at the idea of Lawler worship supplanting the Seven. Yet time was short. Stannis' next move could come at any moment. Days bled into nights of uneasy waiting. A few riders trickled in, telling how Stannis' forces had solidified control of Storm's End. Renly's fate was unclear. Some said he'd been slain by a shadow, others claimed he escaped in the confusion. No official confirmation arrived. The Tyrells had fallen back to Highgarden, grieving the blow to their prestige. The path to King's Landing lay open except for small pockets of loyal Storm Lords who might harass Stannis. The city braced for a second siege by the same man who had tested its walls before, only this time his confidence would be bolstered by the memory of shadows slicing through men like wheat. Ned prayed each morning in the Godwood, lighting a candle in the sept as well, though he felt no closer to the Seven than he did to the old gods. Sansa and Arya hovered near him, eyes wide with fear. He assured them as best he could, though his own heart quaked. If Stannis arrived and conjured a massacre, could Ned keep them safe? If the defenders lost heart, might the city be put to the torch? Only a sense of duty kept him from giving in to despair. He made certain the archers were trained, the gates fortified, extra lookouts placed in the labyrinthine tunnels beneath the Red Keep in case infiltration was tried again. In the midst of that dark vigil, a rider emerged from the King's Road, cloak torn by wind. He carried the sigil of the direwolf. Though exhausted, he delivered a letter from Robb Stark, sealed in haste. Ned, surrounded by his knights, broke it open. The message contained a single, stunning piece of intelligence. A major confrontation in the west had ended with Jaime Lannister gravely wounded and forced to retreat, though not captured. Robb had claimed some crucial vantage points, forging a path toward Lannisport. The west teetered on the brink of total collapse. Some lesser Lannister bannermen had even begun deserting. Ned's breath caught. This news suggested that the Lannisters were in dire straits, which meant Tywin's leverage might be slipping. If the West truly crumbled, the largest threat behind them would vanish. But would it come soon enough to matter against Stannis? And what if the Lannisters made a desperate alliance with Stannis, offering Joffrey's recognition or resources? Everything hung by a thread. All Ned could do was hold steady and prepare. Stannis was the storm on the horizon, the immediate danger overshadowing all else. The city's gates stood bolted, its men lined the walls. Nervous gold cloaks exchanged glances, whispering about the shadow scourge. Meanwhile, the small folk prayed for a miracle or braced for a nightmare. Ned kept watch from the highest tower as the nights dragged on, scanning the southern roads for the glimmer of torches, the crest of foreign banners. It was on a cold, wind-lashed dawn that the watchers finally spotted columns of men to the south. Banners with the crowned stag in a fiery heart streaming in the gusty air. Word raced through the city like lightning. Stannis had arrived or was near. The second siege would soon commence. Fear drenched the ramparts, but Ned stood firm, calling the men to their stations. Sansa and Arya were secured deep within the Red Keep, guarded by loyal knights. Catelyn insisted on standing beside Ned for at least part of the defense, though he begged her to remain safe. She refused, claiming that her presence might inspire the men. Finally, he allowed her to remain in a vantage tower with guards. The morning light revealed a sight reminiscent of that first siege, ranks of soldiers forming beyond arrow range, siege engines rolling. But this time, the men carried banners of the Red God and many wore expressions of fervent devotion. The air rang with ominous chants. At their head, on horseback, sat Stannis Baratheon himself, gaunt-faced and grim. Beside him, robed in scarlet, was Melisandre, her flaming hair like a beacon in the bleak day. Ned stared from the walls, heart pounding. He remembered the chaos of shadows, the rumor that they could slip through defenses. How do we fight this? He had no certain answer, only steel and duty. Raising a hand, he called out, Stannis Baratheon. We do not desire more bloodshed. If you come to parley, we will hear you. A voice rolled back, carried on the cold wind. I have parleyed enough, Eddard Stark, Stannis answered. You hold my rightful seat. You hold Tywin Lannister, who must answer for treason. Surrender, and I shall be merciful. Resist, and face the Lord of Light's judgment. The watchers on the walls shuddered. A hush fell. Ned forced his voice to stay firm. Stannis, in the name of the realm, I ask you to stay your hand. We have all lost too much. Come within these walls as an honored guest, speak with me, and let us find terms. You have seen the cost of war. Stannis' jaw tightened visibly. You cannot sway me with pleas, Stark. I have seen the cost of false kings. The time has come for truth delivered by fire and sword. He lifted an armored gauntlet pointing toward the gate. I give you until nightfall to open these gates in surrender. After that, no quarter will be given. Melisandre's voice carried across the distance like a bell. The night is dark and full of terrors, King Eddard. But the fires of Lawlor will cleanse them. Submit. Ned's men exchanged uneasy glances. From the vantage tower, Catelyn watched with white-knuckled hands. Ser Barristan quietly muttered, this will be worse than before. Ned swallowed, nodding. He looked once more at the determined lines of Stannis' men. Perhaps some among them felt uneasy. Yet the Red Woman's presence lent them a terrifying certainty. So, with the echo of Stannis' ultimatum hanging in the frozen air, Ned Stark stood upon the walls of King's Landing, the crown on his brow heavier than ever. Another siege loomed, but this time, the specter of black magic trailed the attacking host. The realm's future wobbled on the precipice of unimaginable bloodshed. And in the hush before the storm, all Ned could do was steel himself for the night to come, praying that some shred of hope might survive the shadows soon to be unleashed on the city he had fought so hard to protect.